Chapter 1 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 1. The Wedding. Miss Lucretia Lane stood at the toilet glass in her bedroom in Chepstow Place, Bayswater, dressing herself for her marriage. She was watched from the embrace of an armchair by a young lady who was to accompany her to the church, and who was dressed for the solemnity. How? In a hat and jacket and skirt, for this was to be a very simple ceremony, and Miss Lucretia was putting on her hat and thrusting pins into it, and toying with it as ladies do with their headgear when they adjust it, whilst her friend sat and watched her. Miss Lane was a handsome, tall, well-proportioned, finely molded young woman, aged 24, with dark red hair, large shining brown eyes, a little Roman nose, a firm mouth with red lips, a throat of a rich whiteness, close-seated ears delicately tinted like certain beautiful shells, a low, square, tranquil brow, dark and clearly penciled eyebrows, white, ivory-bright, even teeth, rather small hands, the fingers long and nervous, and the nails so shaped that, taking them with the ears, and a certain delicacy in the carving of the lineaments of her face, you would have guessed she had a strain of good old blood in her. The other girl, Miss Constance Ford, takes so small a part in this story that there is no occasion to say more about her than name her. "You had better make haste," said Miss Ford. "Do you know what the time is? I am certain that it was Major Stroud who knocked some minutes ago. What makes you linger and pause so? Don't you feel well, Lucretia?" Lucretia turned her head slowly, brought her fine eyes to bear upon her friend, and said, with a slight frown and a note of temper, "Don't tease me." Miss Ford stepped to the window and looked out. It was Wednesday in September 1890. Villas over the way, dull sky with shadows of fog looking like rain clouds hanging over the pointing fingers on the chimney stacks. A piano organ under the window began to play Old Robin Gray. Miss Ford started to sing. She sang audibly, with her face averted and her eyes screwed into their corners upon Lucretia. "My father argued there, my mother didna speak, but she looked me in the face till my heart was like to break. They gied him my hand, but my heart was in the sea, and so Old Robin Gray, he was good man to me." Lucretia went on fiddling with her hat. What ailed the girl? Was she going to be married to Old Robin Gray? Was her heart in the sea? How should a young woman look while she is dressing, or being helped to dress, for her wedding? She is taking a momentous step. The event is the most significant that can happen to her in all her days. It is more heavily freighted with consequences than the circumstance of her birth. It is a harbor out of which she will sail into an ocean wider and more awful in its appeals to, its demands upon, her five mortal senses, than the imagined life into which the grave cradles, as the launched ship is cradled, the disembodied and therefore the functionless spirit. How should a young woman look, then, on the eve of her marriage? Not, surely, in the main, as Lucretia Lane looked. She was extremely fidgety. The rovings of her fingers were often aimless. She sometimes trembled. Several times Miss Ford had observed Lucretia's reflection in the glass talking to herself. It might have been suspected by a medical observer that had a strong man been rent with the mental conflict which was obviously raging in the heart and in the soul of Lucretia Lane, he would have sweated. Lucretia, not being a strong man, was suffering from the war within her after the manner of her sex, at least of those of them who cannot put down their foot and mean, though their heart break as they resolve, that their yea shall mean yes, and that their nay shall mean no. "I think I had better go downstairs and tell them that you are coming in a minute," said Miss Ford. As she spoke, Mrs. Lane entered the room, a comely, clean little gentlewoman, aged about 60, with the word neatness writ large on every turn of her. A trifle bustling with nerve as she entered in black silk, black lace, and jet cape, black bonnet with white feathers rather rakishly perched on a black comb, a woman of whom you might safely affirm that her bedroom would be a model of folded-up things, a woman to touch and adjust objects into symmetrical bearings, on whose bedroom mantelpiece, for example, the shepherd and the shepherdess would be exactly equidistant from the marble clock and the painted china candlesticks. She did not seem to observe her daughter's manner, mood, or bearing. Her mind was capable of dealing with one idea only at a time, and the idea that now possessed her was not the face of her daughter as the girl stood before the looking-glass putting on her hat. "Not ready yet, Lucretia?" cried Mrs. Lane, who always gave her daughter the full pomp of her baptismal title. "The Major is downstairs walking about with his watch in his hand. He thought he would be late, and actually ran a part of the way, and has scarcely got his breath yet. You know how impatient he is. All these little retired Indiamen are, and irritable. I think we are most fortunate to have got him to give you away. He is afraid the clergyman won't wait if he's kept. How long are you likely to be, dear?" "2 minutes," answered Lucretia, without turning her eyes from the mirror into which she was directing their beauty and brilliance, and which was reflecting a countenance glacial in expression. Under that sort of ice of reserve, what a vast number of disagreeable and dangerous properties may be floating! "I'll go downstairs and keep the Major company," said Miss Ford, and as she passed Mrs. Lane, she whispered, "Lucretia seems very uncomfortable." "You are quite happy at heart, my darling, I hope," said the mother, getting hold of that idea and none other, and approaching her daughter to look at her reflection in the toilet glass. "I cannot make haste if you talk to me, mother," answered the girl. "There, this hat must do." She put on her gloves and went downstairs, followed by her mother, whose face wore an expression of uneasiness and surprise, as well it might. About the little parlor flitted with agitation the figure of Major Stroud, a shape of bristling whisker and wiry moustache, buttoned up in the form of a cask of ale in a frock-coat, and there was temper in the Indian duskiness of his eye. Miss Ford stood in the window. On the sideboard were displayed the wedding gifts. From Major and Mrs. Stroud, a silver tea service. From Mr. Featherbridge, a full-rigged ship under a glass shade. From Miss Giddens, a silver-mounted paper-knife. From Miss Ford, a set of silver salt-cellars. From Dr. Phillips, who could not come, the works of Shakespeare. From an old servant who was married, a biscuit tin. From Mrs. Lane, a watch and chain, a diamond brooch and gold bracelet, the gifts of her husband, deceased. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting, Major Stroud," said Lucretia. "I'm afraid we shall be late as it is. Are we quite ready?" answered the Major. But the irritability went out of his eyes as he looked at the handsome girl, bowing to her and then smiling. The marriage was to take place at St. Stephen's Church, which is within a convenient walk of Chepstow Place. They might have driven, but they chose to walk. Lucretia walked with her mother, the Major and Miss Ford behind them. Mrs. Lane endeavored to get her daughter to talk, but the girl was extraordinarily silent. She would answer yes or no, or I don't know, languidly, abstractedly, with a visible and indeed pronounced inattention, as though she was under a spell, or as if she was in that sort of sleep in which the slumberer responds to questions without recollecting anything that was said when she awakens. Mrs. Lane was without much talent, and therefore unequal to the establishment of any sort of satisfactory hypothesis. Even the intuition of the mother failed her, that marvelous penetration which is nature's gift of the interpretation without mental effort. In a foggy sort of way, she desired to believe that her daughter was too high-spirited to appear to be fretting over what was not indeed to prove an immediate farewell to her mother and home, but which was nevertheless the most absolute of all solutions of continuity, a complete severance in effect, though she might continue to dwell for a long time with mamma. Mrs. Lane remembered that she had felt this way herself when she was married, when she wanted to cry whilst walking up the aisle on her father's arm, and made strange faces under her veil to hide her emotion. Little did she foresee, good woman, the bolt that was to drop with a meteoric blast at her feet. At the church door Major Stroud gave his arm to Lucretia, who took it with an exterior of frigid impassivity, and together they approached the altar, preceded by Mrs. Lane and Miss Ford. A few spectators spotted the sittings. Though all ends and parts of London swarm with business and hurry, there are always plenty of people with leisure enough to make a crowd at a wedding. Even a walking and hatted and jacketed wedding is sufficiently extraordinary in an age when of course people are very seldom married, very rarely born, almost never buried, to delay the yelp of the milkman, to arrest the motion of the perambulator, to retard the delivery of Sir Thomas's piece of salmon, and to bewilder the blind man following his dog upon the pavement. Some figures were near the altar awaiting the arrival of the bride. There was nobody answering to the appearance of old Robin Gray amongst them. One was a tall, deep-chested, clean-shaven man, with a straight nose, standing out a little in a sort of seeking way. Greenish-gray eyes, like salt water in soundings, hair parted down the middle, close cropped like a soldier's, a rather military-looking man on the whole, with something marine in the motions of his body, as though he was on board ship in a small seaway, under 30 years of age. His smile was slow in formation, like that of an actor whose business it is to keep his face. He had very good teeth, which made his slow smile like the gliding of sunshine upon his countenance. He was Captain Francis Reynolds of the British Merchant Service, and he was waiting near the altar in St. Stephen's Church to be married to Lucretia Lane. His best man stood near him, Mr. William Featherbridge, a brown-eyed, bearded person of 28, sheep-like in steadfastness of gaze, but with hints in his shape of considerable alertness at the call of duty. Captain Reynolds, as Lucretia approached, viewed her with a face moving with love, and a smile eloquent of devotion and of manly affection. She did not meet his eye. Her face was uninterpretable. You could not have detected the least quiver of lip, the faintest hint of agitation, in any of the smallest working of the lineaments of her countenance. The deuce alone knows how it was with her, what she was about, why she was there, why, being there, she did not look the radiant maiden. She did not bear the label of the rosy and modest virgin who was to find a blissful haven for life in the manly bosom alongside of her. Some who watched her put it down to nervousness, some to that sort of conceit which makes people superior to any kind of situation they may happen to find themselves in, some to acting. None, not even the mother, not even the bridegroom, who, standing next to her, looked at her marble-hard face a minute before the clergyman began to read, attributed the girl's behavior to the right cause, which was an impassioned sense of chastity dominating all other emotion with a vigor of hysteria, yet without force of spirit in it to subdue her to the nun-like path she scarcely knew whether she wished to tread or not. She was in a state of mind that froze the sources of feeling, that closed the portals of every corridor of the heart and soul, that numbed the brain till volition was mere mechanism, till the will might have been compared to a dumb and stirless raven perched upon a bust, like that of Pallas in the poem. The clergyman began to read the service. The responses were scarcely whispered by Lucretia. The officiating minister, a curate, looked at her over his spectacles somewhat pointedly, then at the man whom he was transmuting into the golden state of husband. God wot! In the vestry Captain Reynolds took his wife's hand, and, with a face full of love, sought to kiss her, but she shrank from his lips, almost shrank indeed from her mother's, and the name which she inscribed under that of her husband was scarcely legible for the tremors that ran through her hand. Captain Reynolds' face was clouded. His eyebrows were arched into a fixed expression of astonishment. He was profoundly confused, and looked about him with perplexity. In the vestry he received an inquiring stare from his best man, Mr. Featherbridge, and his answering glance was as blank as that of the gaze of a man in a black room. He offered his wife his arm, and she took it, and together they walked down the church to the door, followed by Mrs. Lane. The others lingered to join them a little later on. The moment they gained the pavement, Lucretia withdrew her hand. "Mrs. Lane," said Captain Reynolds, "Creasy will not speak to me. What is the matter? What have I done?" "Lucretia!" exclaimed Mrs. Lane, who walked on her daughter's right, and who spoke in a voice that showed that tears were not far off. "I cannot understand your conduct. Do you feel ill, my darling?" "No." "Does your marriage make you unhappy?" said Captain Reynolds. She returned no answer, keeping her eyes obstinately bent upon the ground. "It is such a wretched beginning," said Mrs. Lane. "I gave my sanction. I thought you both wanted this. Whatever is the cause of this change in you, Lucretia?" "I can scarcely hear what you say with these omnibuses and cabs and boys whistling," answered Lucretia. "I do not think it very kind of you, I am sure," said Mrs. Lane in a whimpering way. "It is very hard upon Frank. I could not have treated your father like this, certainly not at the very outset. It is incredible," she said, projecting her head past her daughter to peer at Reynolds. "What will our friends think if you carry on like this?" The husband of a few minutes was dredging his wife's face with his eyes, but could find no meaning in it outside its beauty pleading to him, no hint to convey a physical or spiritual explanation of the mystery of this sudden metamorphosis. He was bitterly concerned. Could it be possible that she was mad? That she had suddenly given life to a latent but pregnant seed of hereditary distemper, a strain in the family that had been concealed from him, a quality of intellectual structure of which the girl and the mother herself might have been ignorant as a part of the paternal or maternal legacy? He had kissed her often. She had never repulsed him. They had often sat together alone in the twilight hand in hand. A couple are seldom married without certain happenings having gone before. Memories of the tender green of the May of love were sweet and scented between them. It was not to be supposed that she could forget all of a sudden. She must remember everything, though she gave no visible expression to recollection by dramatization of her mood. He felt that she should know better than to act like this. She was now his wife. She could not get away from that. She had always been very willing to marry him. What in the devil's name had gone wrong with the fine creature? Yet never was his love more consuming than whilst he walked to Chepstow Place with the beautiful, chaste, animated statue he had wedded. The moment the house door was opened, Lucretia passed in, ran upstairs to her bedroom, and locked the door. Captain Reynolds and Mrs. Lane walked into the parlor where a hired waiter was trimming the refreshments. Cakes, ices, chicken, sandwiches, fruit, jellies, and so on, with champagne. "Doesn't she mean to return, do you think?" said Reynolds. "Oh dear, her conduct is most extravagant and unintelligible. She ought to be in the drawing-room to receive our guests. I haven't the least idea what to do." And the eyes of the neat, comely little gentlewoman fairly streamed. "It must be a passing fit," said Reynolds in a low voice, frowning and tapping the floor from the heel with the toe of one boot. "It may be a matter for a doctor." "I'll go upstairs and see what she means to do," said Mrs. Lane. "Stay in the drawing-room, Frank. If she keeps on like this, some excuse must be made. We must say that she's ill. But oh, how silly of her, and what an awful position to place us in!" And she trudged upstairs to her daughter's bedroom, whilst Frank went to the floor above where the drawing-room was. "Who's there?" exclaimed the voice of Lucretia. "It's I, your mother," answered Mrs. Lane, talking at the door-handle, which she had turned without producing further consequences. "For goodness' sake unlock the door and let me in, that we may talk rationally. There is yet time. The people haven't arrived, though they are coming." "I don't mean to live with Captain Reynolds," said the voice of Lucretia. A pause followed this terrific remark. The mother scarcely seemed to hear, or hearing, to understand. The black bonnet with the white feathers swayed from side to side like the head of a listening hen. "What?" then gasped Mrs. Lane, and seizing the handle of the door with both hands, she shook it as though she had got hold of her daughter, crying, "Let me in! How dare you behave like this, miss?" forgetting that the miss was now Mrs. "Do you want to break my heart? Open this door, Lucretia." "I don't intend to live with Captain Reynolds," said the lady inside, speaking with such deliberation that there was the interval of a pulse at least between the dropping of every syllable. Now, this girl had sanctioned and expressed delight in Reynolds' arrangements for them after marriage. They were to take a run to Edinburgh and the North for a week or so, and then the bride would return to her mother and live with her until her husband's return. "Why don't you come out and join Frank and me, and behave yourself properly?" cried Mrs. Lane. No answer was returned. Captain Reynolds, on the lower platform, came on to the landing to listen. When, as he swiftly did, he discovered that Lucretia did not answer her mother, he called out in a loud, stern sea voice, "She's my wife, Mrs. Lane. She has no right to withdraw herself from me. If she will not open the door, I can easily put my shoulder against it." The house was small, and the captain's voice very filling, and the hired waiter stood half in and half out of the parlor door with his left ear cocked upwards, and a grin of astonishment on his face, while the housemaid, with a nosegay in her bosom, listened at the front of the staircase. Lucretia could not fail to hear Frank's voice. She exclaimed from her bed, on which she had seated herself, "You may tell him that if he attempts to force, I will swallow this bottle of poison I am holding." Mrs. Lane shrieked. At that moment the hall bell rang, and the house door was hammered upon. With the echo of her shriek, as it might seem, on the expression of her face, poor Mrs. Lane went downstairs, and with a toss of both hands cried, "I can do nothing with her. She threatens to poison herself if you approach her." "Is it not a case for a doctor?" said Captain Reynolds. "Shall I go for Dr. Phillips, and explain matters and bring him round?" "Dr. Phillips can't help us," moaned Mrs. Lane. "If I can't influence her, how should Dr. Phillips?" "Major and Mrs. Stroud," said the housemaid, and they entered and were quickly followed by others of the invited. The curate who had officiated, Miss Giddens, Miss Ford, Mr. Featherbridge, and one or two more. The major was a little man who asked questions. Conversation with him consisted of a series of interrogatories. He was a Paul Pry, always hoping, without saying so, that he didn't intrude, and intruding to a degree that he was often offensive. He rather relished the misfortunes of others. He was one of those people who, according to the French cynic, find something that does not displease them in le mal d'autrui. This major, with all the rest, must instantly have seen there was trouble in the little house, and so, consistently with his nature, he went to work to ask questions. "Where is Mrs. Reynolds?" he inquired, rolling his eyes over the room, as though he expected to see her shape herself out of a cabinet or an armchair. "She's not very well, Major," responded Mrs. Lane, discovering the greatest disorder of spirits, sincere uneasiness, and much misery by her manner. "Not well!" cried the Major. "Why, she was quite well 10 minutes ago." "People sometimes fall ill in 1 minute," said Mr. Featherbridge. "What can be the matter?" whispered Miss Giddens to Miss Ford. "She was very singular before she went to church, and very remarkable during the service," was the reply, faintly delivered. "I am afraid we intrude," said Mrs. Stroud. "Can I be of any service?" asked the curate, who, stepping close to Mrs. Lane, added in her ear, "I did observe a strange constraint in your daughter's manner at the altar, which made me fear she was not quite happy at heart." "She refuses to live with her husband," said Mrs. Lane in a ghastly whisper. The curate, who was blue about the upper lip and cheeks, and had a face like a beardless saint without a halo in a church window, composed his face into the exact posture of a whistle. The expression arrested the eye of the major, who fearlessly took a step towards the pair. "Now what is all this about?" said he. "Mrs. Lane, I plead the privilege of a friend. At your request I gave your daughter away. Why is she not here?" The poor woman, looking at him under her white feathers, seemed to crack nuts, and rather spelt than pronounced the words. "She declines to live with Frank." "Oh, that's all damned nonsense!" burst out the major. "She is legally compelled to live with him. What's made her change her mind? They seemed so very much in love. I thought she was deuced cold during the service. Where is she? Shall I go and talk to her? I'm not a man to stand any tomfoolery. If she were my daughter, she'd either favor me with a very complete explanation, or shall I go and see her?" All this he exclaimed in so loud a voice that the whole room was in the secret, and many looks were exchanged. "I am truly sorry, dear Mrs. Lane," said Mrs. Stroud very kindly. "Our presence can only be an intrusion under the circumstances." "I am awfully sorry," said Mrs. Ford, going up to the widow with her hand extended. "But you'll find she'll come round. It's mere petulance, too ridiculous in a girl that's just gone through the ceremony to be regarded seriously." "Do, please, take some refreshments before you go," sobbed Mrs. Lane. In 10 minutes everybody had cleared out, save Captain Reynolds and his best man, Mr. Featherbridge. Mrs. Lane and these two gentlemen sat staring into vacancy. Said Featherbridge, breaking the silence, "I have often thought that marriage is like the great sea serpent. When it's not seen, it's believed in, and when it is seen, it's not believed in." "I'll go up and see her," cried Captain Reynolds, starting from his chair. "No," exclaimed Mrs. Lane, also starting from her chair. "She has a bottle of poison. She will drink it, I know she will, if you attempt to force by thrusting against the door, or even talk threateningly to her." "I beg pardon, Captain," said Mr. Featherbridge, with something of the deference of an officer to his skipper, "but may I make a suggestion? Suppose you leave Mrs. Reynolds for the day, and call tomorrow and see how things are going." "It's just what I could wish," exclaimed Mrs. Lane. "It's the advice I would give you, Frank. In the mood she is in, nothing can be done, I am sure." "Well, you may be right," said the unfortunate husband slowly, and gazing with a little bewilderment round the walls much as he had looked in the vestry. "It's a violent, strange change, something quite outside any bearings I can take. Could any girl have been more loving? I suppose people can have fits of mind just as they have fits of the body. This seems a fit of the mind, as if it was epilepsy, and she had fallen on the floor with a shriek or two, insensible." "So much the more reason for giving her time then, sir," said Featherbridge. "Just so," said Mrs. Lane. "A night's rest and reflection may work wonders, and I am here to reason with her." "Is there a hotel in the neighborhood?" asked the captain. "Yes, quite close, in Prince's Square," replied Mrs. Lane. "They've let my diggings, or I should return," said Captain Reynolds. "Why," he continued, pulling out his watch, "we ought to be in a cab going to the station for Scotland. Well, till tomorrow, till tomorrow." He sighed and frowned and abruptly left the room, unwilling that his face should be seen. Mr. Featherbridge shook hands with sympathetic ardency with poor Mrs. Lane, and followed Captain Reynolds out of the house. Mrs. Lane went to her bedroom to remove her bonnet and cape and put on her cap, and then went upstairs to her daughter. "Who's there?" "Your mother." "What do you want, mother?" "Frank and Mr. Featherbridge have left the house. You can open the door," said Mrs. Lane. On this the door was unlocked, and the mother entered. Scarcely, however, could she command her faculties to address her daughter when the housemaid arrived. "The waiter wants to know, please, if he's to remain." "Give him this half-sovereign and send him away," said Mrs. Lane, pulling out her purse. Lucretia had removed her hat and jacket, and stood with her hand upon the toilet table looking at her mother. Her hair seemed to glow as though there was sunshine in the room. It would be absurd to say that her dark eyes shone with the fire of resolution that was like wrath, because the eyes do not change. It is the eyelids and eyebrows which dramatize those motions of spirit which the eyes themselves are believed to express. If this were not so, the actress's face would be a very imperfect representation of the part she takes. There was certain nobleness and dignity in Lucretia's bearing, which was owing to a sense of supernatural triumph of chastity, of a conquest of virtue by something even higher than virtue. As the cold star is more exalted than the lonely peak, moon-like with virgin snow, that points to it at some prodigious mountain altitude. "Frank has left," began Mrs. Lane. "I don't want to hear his name mentioned," interrupted Lucretia. The mother strained her eyes at her daughter's face. She could find nothing to hint at insanity, not the dimmest monition of aberration. She was as she had always been, saving that now she had taken to herself a stateliness of demeanor, an importance, and even pomp of bearing, lofty and victorious as though her soul was swelled with exultation over the issue of her extraordinary battle. "Why did you go through the service, Lucretia?" asked her mother, seating herself. "I felt the change coming over me whilst I was dressing," answered the young wife. "Mother, it was agony. I had not the courage to declare to myself I would not marry him. I ought to have had the courage. I can never live with him." "But you'll wear his ring?" "Oh, yes. I don't mean to be faithless to myself. I know what I am, and how I intend to remain. How we shall be talked about! What is the value of the opinion of a few handfuls of dust in skirts or frock coats? I know that I have acted with sickening stupidity, but that is my concern. I am still queen of myself, and," slowly and deliberately, "I do not mean to live with Captain Reynolds." A gleam of good sense at this moment irradiated the darksome cells of Mrs. Lane's brain. What could be more transparent than that her daughter was in no mood to be reasoned with? That the application of the remedial drug in her condition of mental sickness was certain to injure her and not benefit her? She might be managed with patience. She must be allowed time for reflection. You may soften a tough steak by beating it, but you shall not mend a broken leg with a mustard leaf. Mrs. Lane, influenced by good sense, quitted her daughter and went downstairs to find that £5 worth of refreshments had been left on her hands, untasted by, God help her, the wedding guests. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Chapter 2 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 2. The Medical Certificate. Next day, shortly after 12, Captain Reynolds called at Sheepstow Place. He was shown into the parlour, and Mrs. Lane speedily arrived. She was pale and agitated. When this poor woman's spirits were fluttered, she could not keep her seat, but flitted about the table, lifting a pinch of her dress and pinning it to the table's side, so to speak, as though she would fasten herself securely. "Well," said Captain Reynolds, with profound anxiety, "what does Creechy say?" "I am sorry to answer that she is as obstinate this morning as she was yesterday. Indeed, she is firmer and harder. She will not listen to me. She declares in the most imperious way that she will not live with you." Reynolds' face darkened as though to a sudden scowl of the sky. He held a stick in his right hand. He raised it to his left hand and broke it with an unconscious and obviously involuntary effort, looked at the pieces, and threw them into the grate. The strength of the stick, the ease with which it had been broken, the mood the action expressed, frightened Mrs. Lane, who pinned her pinch of gown to the edge of the table half a dozen times in as many seconds. "Can you, as her mother, give me any idea why she will not live with me?" said Captain Reynolds. "None whatever," answered Mrs. Lane, shaking her head. "Has she explained her reasons for refusing?" "No. She told me that the change came over her whilst she was dressing for the marriage. It worked in agony in her, but failed to give her resolution enough to decide not to go to church. All the rest of her words may be summed up in her one determined remark: 'I do not mean to live with him.'" He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out an envelope containing perhaps half a dozen letters. He replaced the envelope without looking at its contents. "I was reading them," he said, "last night. They are a few that I like to carry about with me. She calls me her darling, and tells me that she is mine. One letter, not a fortnight old," he pressed his hand upon the pocket containing the envelope as though his heart, that beat close under, was paining him, "is full of love, of everything that a man could wish to read in a letter from a woman he is shortly to marry. What have I done to deserve this treatment? What have I been guilty of, that she should take her love and her marriage vows away from me? Is she at home?" "Oh, yes, but do not attempt to see her," cried the mother. "But why not? Why mightn't the very sight of me induce a change in her, and bring about what you must wish, surely?" Again his brow was dark, as though his face was shadowed by a thunder squall in the sweep of the wind over a heaving deck at sea. "She knows you were coming. Had she wished to see you, she would have said so. Her threat to poison herself haunts me like a nightmare. I know she is in that state of mind when she could commit some frightful, heartbreaking act if you attempted by roughness or command, or any other manner you might adopt, to bend her mind, which is now as rigid as that poker." The little woman spoke with unusual energy. Conviction of the truth of her views compacted her reasoning faculties and supplied ideas and words to her tongue. "Will you go and tell her that I am here, that I wish to see her, if only for 5 minutes?" said Captain Reynolds. "Oh, yes, but I know what her answer will be," answered Mrs. Lane, moving to the door as though she was weary, and she went upstairs, whilst Captain Reynolds stood at the window with his arms folded and his lips set, as though his teeth were clenched behind them. Mrs. Lane was at least a quarter of an hour absent, and at every sound Captain Reynolds started, and looked and listened. When at last the old lady returned, he stared beyond her, but she was alone. She began to pin her dress to the table as rapidly as her fingers could work, whilst she exclaimed, "I knew how it would be. She went to her bedroom and locked me up with her, and then turned me out and locked herself in again. And she swears that the thought of living with you is dreadful to her. She would rather die, and as I am sure she has poison hidden in her bedroom, she will kill herself if you persist." She burst into tears. "Goodbye, Mrs. Lane. I don't know when we shall meet again," said Captain Reynolds, and taking his hat from a chair, he walked out of the house. He repaired to the hotel at which he had slept, and wrote a letter of 6 pages to his wife. The letter was lighted with flashes of sentiment. It was moving with impassioned appeal. It teemed with memories of kisses and endearments, of promises, vows, and hopes. He described his life of loneliness on board ship, and asked her why she had abandoned him. Why she refused to know him as her husband, when in a few weeks his ship would be sailing, when in a few weeks the solitude and the desolation of the ocean would be his, without the light and love of her spirit to brighten the hours of the solitary watch on deck, to set up a beacon of home upon which he could keep his eyes fixed, which should be as a star to him to bring him round the world of waters to his love. He posted this letter, though it was written within a few minutes' walk of Chepstow Place, and making his way to a cab-stand, got into a hansom, and told the man to drive to Mr. Turnover, solicitor, in a street out of Holborn. Mr. Turnover had acted for Captain Reynolds in a lawsuit which arose through a collision at sea. He was a bald, bland, little old man, with streaks of faded yellow whisker, gold-framed spectacles, dressed in the rusty black that Charles Lamb loved, and had he worn shoes with bows, you would have thought him shod in keeping. They shook hands, and Captain Reynolds, sitting down, told his story. "It is certainly a very singular case," said Mr. Turnover. "There is one celebrated case of the sort, But it differs from yours because the parties had, apparently, agreed to separate at the church door. The husband, if I remember aright, left the country, and on his return, after some years, claimed his wife who refused to live with him, on which he kidnapped her and locked her up. Reynolds frowned and looked at Mr. Turnover steadfastly. Her friends obtained access to her. Her case was brought before the courts, who decided that by the law of England a man has no right to detain his wife against her will. "Is that so?" said Captain Reynolds. "Quite so," responded Mr. Turnover. "The husband must not use force. If he does, the law will punish him." "But is not there such a thing as restitution of conjugal rights?" inquired Captain Reynolds. "Yes, but in your case, as in the other, no rights were ever established by cohabitation. There is, therefore, no infraction upon which to base an appeal for restitution." "Good God, what extraordinary laws we have in this country!" exclaimed Captain Reynolds. "But I am quite sure, rights or no rights," said Mr. Turnover, "that you would never get a judge to sanction the detention of your wife by force and against her will." "What would you call force?" "Imprisoning her in her home and setting a guard over her." "What do you advise me to do, Mr. Turnover? I am in love with my wife. I was, as I have told you, yesterday married to her in the presence of her mother and others. I am legally entitled to possess her." "Yes, but even in post-nuptial arrangements there must be two to a contract," said Mr. Turnover blandly. "It seems to be a case of perversity, a mood, let us hope, that will pass. I once said to Mrs. Turnover, I compare a man and wife to a mill and stream. The mill turns one way and the stream runs the other, but betwixt them both the grain is ground." "Not in my case," said Captain Reynolds grimly. "Are you leaving the country?" "Yes." "Shortly?" asked Mr. Turnover. "I sail in command of a ship on October 8 next." "Your wife may come round between this and then," said Mr. Turnover. "Her mother, I presume, is well disposed to you?" "Oh, yes, she is bitterly cut up by her daughter's conduct." "I am pleased to hear that," said Mr. Turnover. "Often in these matrimonial troubles the mother-in-law is as the snake that lies coiled round the stem of the flower that hides it. Some mothers do not like to part with their daughters. They are unwholesomely and unnaturally jealous of the husbands, especially if the marriage was in opposition to their wishes or ambitions, or, I regret to say, interests. If I were you, I would trust your mother-in-law to help you with her influence, and leave the rest to the good sense of your wife." Captain Reynolds paid the lawyer his fee and left the office, having got as much value for his money out of the law as most men commonly receive who deal with it. Who was Captain Reynolds? And who was Mr. Featherbridge? One of these men fills an important part in this sea drama, and whilst the captain sits over a chop and half a pint of sherry in an old inn in Holborn, thinking of how by rights he should be enjoying life with a handsome young wife in Scotland, and what he must do to get hold of her, we will expend a few minutes in some account of him and the other. Reynolds was the son of a gentleman farmer, who fared ill on the goodly fruits of the earth in Essex. He received a middling education to the age of 14, when he was sent to sea as an apprentice in a sailing ship in the English merchant service, vulgarly called the mercantile marine. He rose to command several tramps in sail and steam, and 2 mail steamers, but having run into a ship in a fog, he lost his berth in the company he served, though he saved his certificate and was glad to accept the command of a sailing vessel called the Flying Spur, of 1,000 tons, owned by Mr. George Blaney of Leadenhall Street. She was bound to Poposa, a port in Chile, some distance north of Valparaiso, and her very commonplace cargo would consist of bricks, coke, and coal, and of nitrate of soda on her return voyage. Reynolds had saved a few £100, but he would have found, if questioned, no justification in his occupation or prospects for marrying, which was, doubtless, his reason as a sailor for getting married. He had hoped on his return from this next trip to take his wife to sea with him on a voyage, then establish her in a little home in some district where rent was cheap, and where her mother might live with her during his absence. But what are the expectations of man? He certainly never, amidst his most gilded and expanded dreams of the future, could have conceived himself sitting on the day following his marriage, over a chop and half a pint of sherry in Holborn, a more lonesome man than Daniel at his pulse, or Crusoe over a kid steak. Mr. Featherbridge was the son of a schoolmaster, and learning had been applied to him when a boy at more ends of his person than one. He had been caned by the paternal hand into a considerable knowledge of Latin, which was irremediably lost on his first voyage when beating down the English Channel, and a liberal equipment of mathematics, which he preserved, and which helped him in after years in passing his sundry examinations. He, too, like Reynolds, had been sent to sea as an apprentice, and they had been shipmates on several occasions. Indeed, Reynolds had a warm liking for Mr. Featherbridge, and when his friend served under him as second mate, he dropped the dignity and importance of command, though he was extremely reserved to the mate, and walked the deck with Featherbridge in his watch, and talked to him with the pleasantness and candor of a brother. Thus it happened, when he obtained command of the Flying Spur, he sent a line to Featherbridge offering the berth of mate of the ship, and we now understand why it should have been that Mr. Featherbridge was Captain Reynolds' best man at his marriage. It will be supposed that Captain Reynolds was careful that his wife should know his address. He received no answer to his letter dated at the hotel in Bayswater. He took a lodging near the Millwall docks, where his ship was loading, and made a second impassioned appeal to his wife. And he also wrote to Mrs. Lane, entreating her to help him by using her influence with her daughter, and telling her that his heart was aching for Lucretia, and that it must break with grief at sea if she made no sign before he departed, as he would be able to think of nothing but his wife. Mrs. Lane answered in a letter expressed in affectionate language, but could give him no hope. Lucretia was as chilling and determined as ever she had been, and reddened with impatience and temper if her mother hazarded the subject of her husband. Mrs. Lane thought that the extraordinary mood which possessed Lucretia had not had time to be modified by thought, by recurrence of emotion which could not have perished, by the sense of dutifulness and loyalty which might visit her when she reflected upon her marriage vows. She strongly advised Frank not to dream of calling, as another visit could only end in a deeper degree of obduracy, and, personally, such a visit as he had last paid was so trying that she felt she had neither the strength nor the nerve to confront such another experience. So Captain Frank Reynolds found himself completely blocked out from the avenue at the extremity of which, on the pedestal of sentiment, irradiated by the rosy light of his passion, stood the cold, chaste statue upon whose finger he had passed the ring which made her his, though there was no piece of sculpture in England at that time, though there was no picture of a beautiful woman hanging upon any wall in the country, more distant and hopeless to the yearning of love, to fruition of desire, than the wife whose parrot cry was, "I will not live with Captain Reynolds." On Tuesday, October 7th, Mrs. Lane and Lucretia were at table in Chepstow Place finishing lunch. It was about 1:30, the day very bright and the air fresh, but the hearth trappings of the summer still decorated the grate in that little parlor. Lucretia was dressed in gray cloth that closely fitted her figure, and expressed its ripeness and beauties. Her hair was dressed high in the Greek style, and it shone upon her brow in a neglect of red gold threads, the effect of which no artist in hair-dressing could have produced. She was somewhat pale, and her looks were cold, but her fine eyes were alight with the strong spirit that was her husband's despair, and you witnessed the nerve character of the woman in the long white fingers with which she dismounted a beautiful Persian cat from her right shoulder, onto which it had sprung, without eliciting a scream or causing a start. The house bell rang, and the knocker clattered. It was natural that Mrs. Lane should exclaim, "Who can that be, I wonder?" and turn her head to look out of the window, though of course the person at the hall door would be invisible to her. The servant came in and said to Mrs. Lane, "Mr. Featherbridge would like to see you, ma'am." "Where is he?" hissed Lucretia. The servant slung her head sideways to intimate that he was in the passage. "In the drawing-room?" hissed Lucretia, screwing her thumb up at the ceiling. "What can he want?" inquired Mrs. Lane, as though she addressed a ghost. "Go to him, mother," said Lucretia. "I shall be in my bedroom." She paused to add, "But make him clearly understand that my mind as regards to living with Frank is absolutely made up. It is impossible." And with something that resembled a shudder of disgust in an instant's convulsion of her form, she went from the room, a very Hermione of a figure. Mrs. Lane, with an expression on her face that reflected the prophetic promise of her soul to her of trouble, mounted the staircase and entered the drawing-room. Mr. Featherbridge stood at the round table in the middle of the apartment, bearded, slow-eyed, yet with alertness in the suggestion of his legs. He bowed to the old lady with the funeral solemnity of an undertaker, and indeed, had he been receiving pounds a week for the talent of his face, He could not have looked more solemn and afflicted. "I am sorry to be the bearer of ill news," he said, on which Mrs. Lane laid her hand upon her heart. "Indeed, I wish I could call it ill news." He gazed at her wistfully. "Your son-in-law, Captain Reynolds, has met with a frightful accident. Yesterday he fell through the main hatch into the hold of his ship, and is so injured that he is dying, and may be dead before I can return to him." "Oh, goodness me, how shocking!" cried Mrs. Lane, breathing quickly. "Dying, do you say?" "He may be dead as I talk to you," answered Mr. Featherbridge. "Look at this," he added, and he drew out a letter which he gave to Mrs. Lane, who immediately groped behind her for her spectacle case, and put on her glasses with hands which shook as though she had been running down a hill. The letter went thus: "Hours of consultation, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. 20 Gloucester Road, Gravesend, October 7, 1890. I have examined Captain Francis Reynolds, and find him suffering from a compound fracture of the left leg, from fracture of the skull, and also from fracture of 3 or 4 ribs on the left side. He is severely collapsed, and this points to some internal hemorrhage, probably from rupture of the liver or kidney, but he is too ill to stand more minute examination, so I cannot state definitely which is the injured organ. It is quite impossible to remove him to hospital, and I fear that he will not live for more than about 10 or 12 hours. H. Paget Symes, F.R.C.S." "Poor fellow! Oh, poor fellow!" whined Mrs. Lane. "Who is seeing to him?" "I got a professional nurse last night from Gravesend," answered Mr. Featherbridge, receiving the letter, and viewing Mrs. Lane with his slow, melancholy stare. "He is sensible, and his dying request is that he must see his wife, and I have come to ask her to accompany me to the ship to say good-bye forever, and to give him that one kiss which will send the poor fellow to his rest with a smile upon his face." "Oh, she ought to go. She will go, I am sure," cried the widow. "It must be her atonement. Oh, how shocked she will be! Give me that letter." And with a respiration full of sobs, due rather to nerves than to the mind, for consciousness had scarcely let time to absorb the full horror of the report, she went to her daughter's bedroom. She broke into it rather than walked in. "What has he come to say?" asked Lucretia. "Read that," answered Mrs. Lane, handing the certificate to her daughter. Lucretia's cheeks paled to the aspect of white wax as she read. "How horrible! How awful!" she exclaimed, as the surgeon's certificate sank in her hand to her side. "Where is he?" "Why, at Gravesend," sobbed Mrs. Lane. "No, on board his ship, I suppose. You see, the man says he couldn't be moved. He may be dead whilst I am talking to you." "Was he conscious when Mr. Featherbridge left him?" asked Lucretia, with an incomparable expression of horror and fear in her face. "I suppose he was," blubbered Mrs. Lane, "because he sent Mr. Featherbridge to ask you to come and see him, to say good-bye. Forever. Good-bye. It is most awful." The sentiment that had induced Lucretia to accept Frank's hand, to sweeten into a smile under the pressure of his lips, nay, to impel her to the altar with him, faithless in fidelity, an egoistic loyalty that was ignobly treacherous to her lover and husband, this sentiment was stirring in her as she held the letter listening to her mother. "Come down and see Mr. Featherbridge," said Mrs. Lane. She left the room, and Lucretia followed. Mr. Featherbridge slightly bowed. "Do you think there is no hope?" exclaimed Lucretia. "Absolutely none," said Mr. Featherbridge. "You have read that letter?" he added, sending a glance at the certificate in her hand. "Is he sensible?" asked the wife. "At intervals," was the answer. "He sent the nurse to me this morning, and asked me to go to you and bring you to him to say farewell. I hope you will come. It is a sudden and shocking end, and I trust, Mrs. Reynolds, that you will not make this event more heartbreaking than it is by refusing his dying request." "You must go. You must indeed, Lucretia," cried Mrs. Lane. "I'll go with you. If people should get to hear that your husband was dying and you refused to go and see him, what would they think? What would be said? I should not be able to show my face. I should be ashamed to meet my friends. And oh, what an awful memory for life for you! I'll go and put on my bonnet." "I do not think your presence would be advisable, Mrs. Lane," said Mr. Featherbridge in his slow way. "The meeting would be sacred. He loves you, I know, but it is not you that he wants. Such a meeting might be overwhelming if you made one. And how, he looked in a formative sort of way at Lucretia. "I mean," he went on, that something might be said which could not, and therefore would not, be said if witnesses, even if you, Mrs. Lane, were present. "Well, will you go and get ready, Lucretia?" said Mrs. Lane. "How long is it to Gravesend?" inquired Lucretia, glancing at the clock, but always preserving her marble-white face of horror and fear, in which there was now subtly mingled an expression which told of the woman's heart beating a little in love and much in pain. Mr. Featherbridge drew out a railway guide from his pocket. "A train leaves Charing Cross at 2:45, he said. "We can catch that if you'll kindly not delay. The train leaves Gravesend at 6:40. You can easily be home again by 9 or half past, and I will do myself the honour to see you to this house." "I shall be ready in 5 minutes," said Lucretia, and quitted the drawing-room. "The poor fellow has felt Mrs. Reynolds' abandonment dreadfully," said Mr. Featherbridge. "God forbid that I should do him an injustice, but this fall in the hold seems strange. The ship lies motionless at buoy. Nothing struck him to throw him forward." "You don't say so?" whispered Mrs. Lane in a voice of awe. "I only hope that he may be alive when we reach the ship," said Mr. Featherbridge. "I shall have done my duty by a man who has always treated me as a brother, whose character is as beautiful, loyal, and true as any I have ever heard of in a sailor. Why would not she live with him? She loved him. She must have loved him to consent to be his wife. It was not as though he could give her a title and a great estate, as though there was something outside the mere poor man himself which she was willing to wed." "Oh, Mr. Featherbridge, you wring my heart," sobbed the widow, and she began to pin her gown to the edge of the drawing-room table. In 5 minutes Lucretia appeared in a hat and jacket, and with an umbrella. "Have you got any change, mother?" she asked. Mrs. Lane gave her 2 sovereigns. "I am ready, Mr. Featherbridge," said Lucretia. "Give him a fond kiss and my dearest love," said Mrs. Lane, "and tell him— Oh, Lucretia, tell him all that you feel and know I would say if I were at his side." Lucretia went downstairs. Mr. Featherbridge opened the hall door for her. They passed on to the pavement, and Mr. Featherbridge hailed a hansom cab that was passing. They got in and were driven to Charing Cross, which Mr. Featherbridge considered a safer and surer way of reaching their destination in time than if they took the Underground Railway. Whilst they drove to the station, Lucretia asked a few questions about her husband, about his accident, if he suffered much pain, if he had the comforts he required, if there was the least hope of his living. She was very pale. Her quivering lip denoted much turbulency of her heart. Her eyes were tearless, but they were dull with saddening emotions. On their arrival at Gravesend, they immediately made for the waterside, and Featherbridge hailed a boat. The afternoon was fine, a dead calm. A light cerulean mist floated in the atmosphere, and through it the sun darted his beams in tarnished silver sparkles upon the glass-smooth waters. It was the stream of ebb, and the ships at anchor pointed their bowsprits up-river. A large and brilliant mail steamer lay in mid-stream waiting for something, and a black man holding a flag perched on the awning astern. The tremors of the stream thrilled in harp-like lines through the shadow she floated on, and effaced the beauty of that piece of mirroring. The breast of the river bore its familiar burden of ships coming, of ships going, all sorts of ships, lofty steamers, lofty square rigs in tow, and the water was a mosaic of tints with the reflection of diverse-colored canvas hanging at yard or gaff from one shape or another, straining at anchor or buoy, and all looking one way. "That's the ship," said Mr. Featherbridge, as the waterman dipped his oars. He pointed to the flying spur. The marine eye easily perceived that she was something old-fashioned, a composite ship, metal ribs and timber frame with a handsome cutwater and old-fashioned figurehead, and elliptical stern, and a white band running round her, broken by painted ports. Her masts were lofty and well stayed, that is, her long topgallant masts had that faint curve forwards from the slight slant aft of the lower masts and topmasts which was admired as a beauty in the old frigates. She was ready for sea, sails furled on the yards, all running rigging rove. A stout comely ship on the whole, one that had done good service to other owners in her time, and was then bought cheap, as she lay capable of shifting without ballast in the West India docks, by one George Blanny of Leadenhall Street. The boat arrived alongside. The steps dangled from the gangway. "I can mount by myself, thanks, if you will hold my umbrella," said Lucretia. And Mr. Featherbridge, remaining in the boat, could not but admire Mrs. Reynolds' fine figure as she lay hold of the ladder and ascended. She put her foot on the gangway and stepped on to the deck, and Mr. Featherbridge, bidding the waterman wait, was immediately at her side. He had grown pale on a sudden, and an expression of nervousness was visible in his face. No doubt he was dreading the effect upon the wife's mind of the dreadful wreck her husband presented, bandaged, stained, broken, dying, or dead. He gave her the umbrella, and led the road to the companionway, for this was a ship with underdeck accommodation. Some of the crew were at work about the deck. Some looked to be loafing on the forecastle head, gazing gregariously at the shore. There is nothing more loafing or lounging than a sailor's posture when he leans over the head-rail sucking a pipe. The mate, Mr. Featherbridge, conducted Lucretia down the companion steps into a tolerably well-lighted interior, a sufficiently roomy cabin containing 5 berths, of which one on the starboard side was the pantry, a table and chairs, a swing tray or two, and that was about all. A young man, evidently the cabin servant, was polishing some glasses. The mate peremptorily ordered him to drop the job and go on deck. Lucretia was trembling. This was a new world to her, a singular, unimaginable scene, a strange atmosphere with its old marine smells, and the giant shaft of mizzenmast piercing the upper and then piercing the lower deck, the coffee-colored bulkheads, the light troubled in the skylight by the glass's protection of brass wire, the telltale compass in the ceiling over the head of the table. All this was penetrated by the presence or knowledge of anguish if dying, of horror and misery if dead. Mr. Featherbridge went to the door of a cabin which was clearly the largest, and filled nearly the whole of the space aft, and opening it just a little way, enough to admit the passage of a human figure, he asked Lucretia to step in, then instantly closed the door, softening to his own ear the shriek which followed the wife's entrance. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Chapter 3 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 3. Trapped. Lucretia was trapped. Instead of seeing her husband lying in a bunk, broken, hollow, bandaged, stained, dying, or dead, watched by a nurse, what did she behold? Her husband indeed, and only her husband, erect at a little square table, as healthy in aspect as ever he had shown, a fine figure of a man, amongst the last, one should say, to excite repulsion in a woman who had once owned she loved him, and who had been made one with him in the most sacred of human bonds. She shrieked. She swallowed, almost choking, a sob of terror and dire astonishment. The unexpectedness of this apparition as she viewed it, the abrupt astounding transmutation of the illusion that had filled her mind as a fact into the fact that confronted her, seemed, after she had screamed, to shock the life out of her limbs, to root her to the deck, to paralyze every function. Then, with the instinct of escape, she turned her head, and her husband sprang to the door. "No, dear," said he, not without a note of sternness in his voice, not without a shadow of austerity in his gravity. "You belong to me. The law has given you to me. You gave your hand to me before God, who is my witness. You are mine, and shall remain mine, and why not? What has happened to me that this change should have happened to you? Why have you refused to see me? Have I grown loathsome in appearance and manner since we met at the church? Have I by any single deed warranted your contempt and aversion? I love you as I have ever loved you. I am adoring you, my darling, even as I seem to address you in heat. Come to your own, and you will find him true." He extended his arms to her, and smiled with such a commingling of pathos in the expression as softened the look almost into the tenderness of tears. "Open the door and let me pass," she answered. "You are a coward and a villain to have betrayed me as you have, sending a lying rascal to me to represent you as dying, and making me—" Her voice broke. She swelled her breast and cried, "Let me pass! I want to go home!" "You shall return home with me," said he, "but in my own good time." "You dare not imprison me!" she almost screamed. "You are here, and here you remain," he replied. "We will not call it imprisonment. When a wife lives with her husband, whether at sea or ashore, she is not his prisoner. She is his companion, and in my case, his love." "Are you really in earnest in keeping me here, and taking me away to sea?" she asked, with the very spirit of tragedy firing her fine eyes, and making extraordinarily dramatic the forward-leaning, imperiously inquisitorial posture of her figure. "I certainly am," he answered bluntly. She looked at him for a few seconds, and speculation passed from her glowing balls of vision. Her eyes swooned in their upward rolling under the descending lids, and the scarlet of wrath died out of her cheeks into their first pallor of virgin wax. She reeled and would have fallen, but he caught her, and laid her tenderly in the one bunk of that cabin, supporting her head to remove her hat that he might pillow her, liberating her throat, now kissing, now fanning her, and brooding over her with the passion of a man whose love has been consecrated. Meanwhile Mr. Featherbridge, who had received his instructions, was executing them. He hailed the waterman to bring his boat alongside, got in, and was rowed ashore, and making his way to the telegraph office, he stamped 2 forms already filled up, and handed them to the clerk. The first ran thus: To Mrs. Lane, Chepstow Place, Bayswater, London. Shall remain to nurse Frank. Please send my clothes at once to care of Station Master Falmouth. Lucretia, Flying Spur, off Gravesend. The other telegram was thus: To Station Master Falmouth. Please receive and hold boxes addressed to my wife to your care. Francis Reynolds, Master Flying Spur, Gravesend. This was a plot artfully planned and diligently prosecuted. It is not for the chronicler to pronounce upon its morality. His business is to relate, and to leave the reader to judge. But that certificate? Was a third party in this scheme in the form of a medical man? No. Mr. Featherbridge, instructed by Captain Reynolds, had called upon a medical practitioner in Gloucester Road, and complained of pains in the bowels and general malaise. He protruded a tongue as red as a powder flag. The doctor felt his pulse, which yielded the rhythm of the hammered anvil. The doctor took pen in hand to prescribe, and whilst he cast his eyes upon the ceiling in search of drugs, Featherbridge asked him for a sheet of headed paper, on which he feigned to scribble a note with a pencil. This blank sheet he folded once, ready for its square envelope, and pocketed it, and on this sheet in the cabin of the Flying Spur he wrote to the dictation of Captain Reynolds the remarkable and telling certificate which had lured Lucretia to Gravesend and into captivity. He was rowed aboard, having been absent a little over an hour. It was about 5 o'clock. At 6 the tug Deerstalker would be alongside to take the Flying Spur in tow for the Channel. The air was amazingly tranquil. The delicate color of the October sun sinking low gave the picture of smooth river, and restful ships, and houses ashore, and the melancholy flatness of the Tilbury Plains, a hue of warmth that made a summer scene of it. Every flag hung up and down like a streak of paint from the gaff or masthead of vessels rooted to their buoy or anchor, but the colors fluttered at the staff or gaff of the steamer, mail, or tramp, noble in bulk or humped in bow, or hogged amidships, or sagged aft where the leaning funnel threatened the demolition of that extremity of the ship. And these filled the horizon of the eye with the motions of life and the colors of commerce. Mr. Featherbridge climbed the side, and at the gangway found Mr. Vincent Ralland, the second mate, a rather fat, warm-colored, yellow-haired man, in a round coat that made his figure resemble a cup and ball, with a smile of natal origin which might have passed as satirical or cynical had his utterances justified such an assumption. "The captain's been waiting for you, sir," said this man. "Where is he?" inquired Mr. Featherbridge. "In the cabin, I think, sir." "See all ready for the tug. I shall be on deck shortly." And Mr. Featherbridge went below. As he entered the cabin, Captain Reynolds came out of a berth on the port side. It was not the compartment into which Featherbridge had introduced Lucretia. The door of that berth was closed and locked, and Reynolds had the key of it in his pocket, and it would remain locked until the ship was fairly under way in tow of the tug. "Did you send the wires?" "Yes, sir." "Featherbridge," said the captain, extending his hand, "I am extremely obliged to you for your part in this unhappy business. I am the more obliged because I know that much that you have undertaken on my behalf is in conflict with your views." "I am glad to have served such a friend as you have been to me, Captain Reynolds," said Mr. Featherbridge, "but Mrs. Reynolds will hate me like poison, and I shall be ashamed to meet her. And yet, what more proper than that a wife should live with her husband?" "She fainted," said Captain Reynolds, "and was so long in coming to that I was alarmed. She cries silently, which goes to my heart, for God knows it is not in me to give her cause for a single tear. She shall not have reason to complain of my honor, though I have proved treacherous in my effort to possess that which I lawfully own and loyally love. She shall be as a virgin to her husband, but under his protection and within the embrace of his eyes, which must suffice until the woman's heart breaks through the woman's perversity, and the higher form of chastity asserts itself in union." These may seem flowery thoughts and shining words in the mouth of a captain in the merchant service, but we shall see as we progress that Reynolds was a man of reflection and reading, one who had spent a great portion of his leisure in studies outside those to which he was courted by his profession. He had read well into the poets, and had followed science in some of the most eloquent of its exponents, such as Faraday, Tyndall, and Kelvin, was not without some knowledge, for conversation, of sculpture, painting, and music. He was mainly self-educated and therefore well-grounded, and indeed he had made but a small impression on Lucretia if his fascinations had been limited to his person. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin sat or stood the captive Lucretia. Her husband's hand was visible in the furniture of this sea apartment. The bunk, the one bunk, was cozy with eiderdown quilt, soft pillow, new hair mattress. A row of pegs supplied the absence of a wardrobe for the storage of skirts, jackets, and the like. A toilet table under the round scuttle with which this bedroom was illuminated bore fiddles for the preservation of a powder box, bottles of rosewater, eau de cologne, and other dressing delicates. On the table were ivory hairbrushes and knickknacks too commonplace to catalogue. Several pots of plants in flower sweetened the atmosphere. Lucretia had ceased to weep. Her face had taken a hard look of rage and alarm. She gazed about her, but entirely missed the symptoms of marital affection through the resentment and indignation she was consumed with. Had the cabin been lighted by a porthole big enough to run a gun through, Lucretia would not have thrown herself into the Thames. She had threatened poison to her trembling mother outside, but she had not had a drop in the room, and she was a conspicuous figure amongst those people of this world who are the very last to lay violent hands upon themselves. No doubt she would have made a brave dash for liberty, could she have found an exit, descended a rope ladder, say, or jumped a fall of 15 feet into a boat. But she had no idea of destroying herself, and perhaps her husband knew enough of her character to form an opinion under this head. For would he otherwise have allowed a brand new pair of scissors to repose in a fiddle on the toilet table? Since even a bare bodkin suffices in the hands of those who will not fardels bear, not to mention husbands. What a honeymoon was this for Lucretia! Her nostrils quivered, her lips worked as she vowed that if ever she was permitted to return, she would pursue her treacherous husband and the scoundrel Featherbridge to the utmost recesses of the law. And still she gathered from the character of her sea bedroom from the absence of all instruments for purposes of navigation, and of all hints of a masculine presence, that she was to dwell alone, and from this perception her cold, chaste, passionless spirit sucked in a little comfort. What would her mother think when she came to learn the truth? Unfortunately, Lucretia felt secretly convinced that Mrs. Lane would approve on the whole of Frank's stratagem as rescuing both herself and her daughter from a most anomalous and gossip-breeding position. It was not as though Captain Francis Reynolds had kidnapped Lucretia Lane, a disdainful, handsome young woman, a prize not only for beauty but for money. He had beguiled his own wife into his arms. The fittest of all harbors for her to bring up in, the safest and surest casket in which to deposit the jewel of her life. This sort of reasoning would occur to Lucretia, no doubt, but not in a convincing way. She might have been agitated by such reflections, but not persuaded, as a sea-fowl, when the waves pass under it, is not carried forward, but moves up and down. She had no fear of violence. She very well knew she was deeply and devotedly loved, but she burnt with wrath when she considered how she had been tricked and trapped. And again she wept, and sometimes wildly stepped the narrow carpeted space of deck, and sometimes paused to listen, with vulgar surmises occasionally breaking in, such as, would Frank keep her locked up until she consented? Did he mean to keep her throughout the voyage, or did he merely intend to terrify her into the submission of a wife? If so, then persistent obstinacy must result in his sending her ashore before the ship was fairly away from England. Where would she be allowed to take her meals? Would she be permitted to go on deck? Hark! What noise was that? Merely the sounds of the helm, the scraping of the wheel-chain, the jar of an old-fashioned system of steering. She looked through the scuttle, and perceived that the ship was in motion. The pilot was in charge, and the captain was at large. Lucretia heard the key turned in her cabin door, and Reynolds entered. He looked at her wistfully, and said, "We have started. The voyage has begun, Creechy. Though you may not forgive me for a little, I am happy. It is as it should be, as your mother could wish it to be, as you, dearest, will soon admit it ought to be." "Do you mean to land me?" she exclaimed, with fire in her eyes. "No." "Do you intend to carry me all the way to the South American port you are sailing to?" "Yes, and back again." "You are a black-hearted wretch!" she exclaimed, working her hands hysterically. "If I live, I'll punish you." "The voyage will do you good," he said, in an easy voice of good nature, almost cheerful. "This is a stout little ship, and in her day she was a proud one. You have the figure for a rolling deck, and the eyes for a tropic calm." "You are no gentleman!" she exclaimed, frowning at him. "Would any gentleman treat a woman as you are treating me?" "Talk to me as a wife, and I will listen to you," he responded. "What good will scolding do? I am not changed. I am as I was when we first met, and as I was when you said yes to me, and we kissed, and you gave me a rose from your breast. You cannot forget such things. I have you, and I will keep you, and you shall thank me yet, Creechy." "I demand to be sent on shore!" she exclaimed, lifting her foot and bringing it down with an angry slap on the deck. "Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder," said Captain Reynolds. "Why should I divorce you? We love and we lose, and the poet tells us that it is better to love and lose than never to love at all. I love you, and I don't mean to lose you. No, Creesh, that ring has a meaning as deep as your life and mine, which are one." She passionately seized the wedding ring on her finger as though she would tear it off, but she did no more than that. In the minute of silence that followed he grew stern, and looked at her gloomily and even forbiddingly, as though he would have her know that he was her lord, and that one of her vows was obedience, which formed the third of the Trinity, which included love and honor. but if temper had not blinded her, she would have seen that this look was but a mask. Indeed, the glow of his love colored the whole man, and rendered her conduct inexplicable. For we recognize the passion of chastity in the vows of the nun, but it is impossible to interpret precisely that quality in the vows of the bride. "You will understand," said he, "now that the ship is under way, that you can come and go, and do what you please. This cabin has been prepared for you, and for you only. You can take your meals alone, or with me at the cabin table, as you choose." In all this he was unconsciously answering the questions which had run in her head before he arrived. He proceeded: "You have but to name a desire, and if it's in the power of the sea life to gratify it, you shall not be disappointed. You have nothing to fear. If you can find the elements of happiness in you, you shall not miss in me a solid foundation for the erection of your temple." He viewed her steadfastly whilst her eyes glowed at him with indignation and scorn, and, rounding on his heel, he walked out. Her mind fell into a hurry of desperate thought. The idea possessed her to write a letter. She gazed about her for writing materials. Nothing of that sort was visible. She was very ignorant of the sea, had some vague fancy of a passing boat, of throwing a letter into it, and begging the people to post it. But to whom should she write? There was but one, her mother. And what could her mother do, even if she proved willing to separate them now that they were together? Her reflections grew pale with something like despair. What a base trick to play her! Helplessness added fuel to wrath. To bring her away, too, without clothes! How on earth was she to manage with only the things she had on, when she had understood from Frank, yes, she called him Frank to herself, that the outward passage might run into 3 or even 4 months, for the ship was bound round the Horn, and from the Thames to Poposa is a long navigation for an old-fashioned composite sailing ship, hedged about by those conditions of calms and headwinds and long heaving to's, with the arrest of ice and other familiar causes of delay which take no part in the voyage of the steamer. She determined to go on deck. Her cabin had been a prison, and was an exasperation to her. And now she resolved, even before she quitted her sleeping room, to adopt and express a posture of mind that should prove a death blow to her husband's expectations. We shall presently see what she meant to do. The cabin was lighted. A broad flame of oil in a glass globe swung pulses of radiance through the atmosphere to the bulkheads, and the sheen rippled in bright wood, in cutlery and crockery and glass. Stars of the evening trembled in the skylight. It was hard upon 7 o'clock. The cloth was spread for a meal in the cabin. The servant, who no doubt had received instructions from the captain, stepped up to Lucretia with a mighty fine air of respect, and asked if he should serve tea to her. Yes. Her throat was a little dry with tears and constriction and angry words, and she waited, not seated, standing beside the table, whilst the cabin servant went forward to the galley. Occasionally sounds broke from the interior, noises of straining like to the groans delivered by old furniture at midnight. This was a very new scene of life to the lady, and she looked about her with petulant disgust, with a ceaseless complaining of heart that she should have been betrayed by a most ignoble trick into a captivity that was really worse than jail, as the sage pointed out, for in a ship you are not only locked up, but you stand to be drowned. Whilst she waited for a cup of tea, Mr. Featherbridge came down the companion steps on his way to the berth. He started at sight of her, and averted his face as he passed. She followed him with a gaze of withering intensity and dislike. She looked a handsome figure in her hat and jacket. The oil flame glorified her hair. It gave a delicacy to her extreme pallor. It accentuated the dark depth of her eyes, and lighted a little star of beauty in each. Why on earth could not this woman be commonly human, and take her husband for better or for worse? It was Fontenelle who proposed the erection of statues to beautiful women. He would have gone further. built an immense hall, in which figures in wax of the beautiful women of the country, apparelled in the fashion, could be collected. In such a vast and engaging museum Lucretia would have made no inconsiderable show. The servant arrived with the teapot and milk, and placed some thin bread and butter and cake on the table. She filled a cup and sipped it standing. As she sipped, her husband came out of his cabin. "I am glad to see you are taking some refreshment," said he, looking at her with an appearance of moving affection. She held her eyes off him and curled her lip and kept silence. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," he continued briskly, as though he would have his good humor sheer as the cutwater of a ship the wrathful billow, through her rage and resentment, "that I sent a wire to your mother to forward your clothes to Falmouth, where we shall call for them." Her answer, without looking at him, was a sneer, and she turned her back upon him and drank her tea. It was pretty clear now that she had made up her mind not to speak to him, to be to him a shape without a spirit, a statue without a soul, a lighthouse without a lantern, a moon without glory, a something of which the absence would be a blessing in comparison with the discomfort of its presence. He told the servant to light the lamp in Mrs. Reynolds' cabin, and passed on deck. In a few minutes she put down the cup and went up the steps. Land and river were clothed in the early October night. The ship was floating restfully in the wake of the tug, whose shape was a shadow, and whose line of smoke, as it rose almost perpendicular from the funnel, was often full of the spangles of the furnace. There was majesty in the figure of the ship, in the solemn lifting of her masts crossed with yards symmetrically braced, each glimmering with its length of pale canvas. There was poetry in the lonely figure of the helmsman at the wheel, the incarnation of that spirit of sentience which to the meditative eye is visible in the motions of the compass. Gleams of light, falling one knew not whence, swarmed capriciously on the water. Yellow sparks dotted the dark shores, and here and there a lighted house touched the gloom with a misty dash of radiance, like phosphor in brine. Visionary forms of ships passed. The colored signals of the sea, in red and green and white, shone in the gloom, or hovered over the dark breast of river like lights about a swamp, or the tremulous meteors of the highway, which affright the clown and hurry him along in sweat to report a lie, namely a ghost. Lucretia moved warily about the deck, giving her husband a wide berth. He stood in conversation with the pilot, but whilst she continued above, he held her in the tail of his eye. There was a sheen of lamplight and starlight in the atmosphere, and if the expression of the face could not be read, the behavior of the eyes could be followed. Captain Reynolds observed the pilot watching Lucretia. "She is my wife," he said. "Oh, yes, I thought as much," answered the Trinity House man, whose square trunk, compact of coat and shawl, lightly swayed on round legs under skirts that half concealed them. And to himself he added, "She may be his wife, but she don't seem much of a companion." The evening was perfectly tranquil, the river glass smooth. A large star or two that went in the water with the ship hung like a prism of white light, but the movement of the vessel made a little wind, and the threads of hair on Lucretia's brow danced to it as though they were Coleridge's summer leaf in an entranced night on a topmost bough, and she felt a bit chilly. She stepped from the side at which she had been looking at the shore, and occasionally glancing at the man who conversed with her husband, and going to the sailor at the wheel, asked who that person was who was with the captain. "The pilot, mum," answered the fellow. "Does he remain in the ship?" inquired Lucretia. "No, mum. I expect he'll go ashore at Deal." She said thanks, and walked to the ship's side again, where she debated whether she should appeal to the pilot to help her to return home. But the sense of the absurd flavored her anger. She was not without a good and even a strong understanding, and the ridiculous was inevitably the inherent condition of every emotion. For mind, like matter, has the power of selecting its color, and not the most tempestuous mood could be hers without its taking the hue of the imbecility of the position in which she had partly placed herself and partly been placed. It was not conceivable that the pilot would meddle with what he might regard as a twopenny quarrel betwixt husband and wife, some jibbing perhaps on her part in jealousy. At all events, she reflected that it would be impossible for her to explain to a rough seaman, such as a pilot, her reasons for declining to live with Captain Reynolds, whom she would be bound to admit was her husband. Nor was Lucretia a person to court discomfiture. So, with a shudder, contrived partly by the temperature, partly by disgust and a sense of helplessness, she returned to her cabin and closed the door. Reynolds's appeal to her through the medium of the cabin furniture lay in other directions than that of the toilet table. Against a bulkhead were ranged some hanging bookshelves, and had she condescended to examine their burden, she would have found the volumes by her favorite authors, and those which were new to her were such as she would have chosen. This alone proved that Reynolds' scheme to kidnap her had been long preconcerted, and that he regarded the sequel as a certain triumph to him. She sat in an armchair as comfortable as the one in which Miss Ford had been seated whilst Lucretia dressed for her marriage, but remained clothed as for the deck or shore. In about half an hour someone knocked at the door. She cried quickly, "Who's that?" "I'm John, mum." "What do you want, I say?" On this he opened the door and told her that the captain had sent him to inquire what she would like for supper. She was again thirsty, but answered, "I want nothing." He stared at her with a mind that lagged heavily in the rear of his eyes, and said, "There's chicken and cold lamb and cold boiled beef, and claret and sherry. What will it please you to take?" "Have you got any soda water?" "Yes, mum." "Bring me some claret and soda water." "Yes, mum, and what to eat?" "Cut a couple of thin ham sandwiches." He went out, and the moment he was gone she fell into a rage and began to cry. It was evident that she was the only woman on the ship. There was no stewardess. To think of being waited on and perhaps nursed if she should be seasick, by a tarry young Jack in a sleeved waistcoat, who breathed Spanish onions, and who was so odd at the sight of her that, like people who cannot work and talk at the same time, he neglected his business in viewing her. The position was to be summed up in the old Frenchman's saying concerning a religious drama, "C'est une chose assez risible, mais il manque de rire." When the sandwiches had been brought to her, she locked the door. Her husband, however, did not trouble her. There was no motion as yet in the ship. The cabin deck seemed as fixed a platform as the land. Sometimes she heard the voices of men talking as they ate at table. The tiller chains overhead occasionally strained, and a voice of lamentation sometimes proceeded from some timber weary of its obligation of cohesion, or from the cargo underfoot. Presently she looked at the time, and found the hour 9:30. She wound up her watch, and feeling extravagantly exhausted, what with her journey, what with the amazing passions her betrayal had lighted in her, and what with the tears she had shed, idle and most unworthy tears, she resolved upon taking some rest. So she removed her hat and jacket, and got into the bunk, otherwise fully apparelled, and covered herself with the light eider-down quilt. It was a coffin of a bedstead, something very removed from all her experiences of going to rest at night. But novelty was not to negative the commands of nature, and in 10 minutes she was sleeping peacefully. All through the night the ship was towed down the river into the opening breast of ocean, where the land to starboard rounds into the channel. But when, next day, a little forest of masts which shadowed the horizon abreast of Deal in delicate pencils was hove into view, a southwest breeze sprang up, and a small swell came rolling along under it, and the flying spur began to drop curtsies to the mother whose child she was. A southwest wind tarnishes the brightness of the sky, and is often a wet breeze. It may lock a sailing ship up in the Downs when she is outward bound, and the tug that was pulling the Flying Spur was hailed, and her master informed by Mr. Featherbridge, who shouted to him from the starboard cathead that the ship would bring up, which she did in due course abreast of Deal Castle, and the pilot went ashore. Now, at the hour of breakfast, John had knocked on Lucretia's door and found her up. He had received her orders and taken a tray to her. She was indeed pale, but looked the fresher and the better for many hours of profound oblivion. The sea was then smooth, and the ship floated steadily after the tug. The anchor had been let go shortly before 1 o'clock, and the tide had canted the vessel somewhat athwart the swell. She rolled as well as pitched, not, it is true, heavily, but with a behavior that could have been hardly deemed nursing by a sensitive stomach. It was breezing pleasantly for homeward bounders, and tacks and sheetsmen of all rigs blew with the old moaning of the sea in their lifting white breasts through the gulls, past anchored ships looking withered as winter pines, with here and there a gaunt steam-tramp yearning through the wide nostrils at the swell, now breaking into a wet flash of red light as she rolled, now soaring with balloon-round bows, now immodestly kicking up her heels in her can-can of the water, to the shameless revelation of the blades of her propeller. Dirty clouds, like smoke, were scattering up from France, and at times slapped a shower into the eye. "If it was in the east," said Captain Reynolds to the mate, "I should consider this berth good for 6 weeks. If Mrs. Reynolds comes on deck and sees that town close aboard, there'll be trouble." His reference was to Deal, which lay abreast, with the foam of the breakers snaked along the base of the slope of grey shingle like a mighty hawser of silver wire. The church spire stretched its vane to the flash of the noon, windows sparkled in terraces. In the foreground were shapes of boats on the pebbly acclivity, and the green land soared to the giant foreland, with its tower of splendor by night and its majesty of austere white rampart by day. It was the dinner hour, and the meal was served below, and the captain and Mr. Featherbridge repaired to the table, leaving the second mate to watch the ship, and John went to Lucretia's door to knock and inquire what she would be pleased to have for dinner. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Starzik. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 4. A Change of Mind. The cabin servant, as we have seen, knocked upon the door of Lucretia's berth, but obtained no reply. He applied his knuckles more boisterously, and Captain Reynolds turned in his chair at the head of the table to look and listen. "Doesn't she answer?" he exclaimed, springing up. He tried the handle and strained the door with his shoulder. The key was turned in the lock. Reynolds smote the door 4 or 5 times with his fist, crying, "We must force this door if you will not unlock it." And this he shouted in a strong, stern note of command. His face changed when the silence continued beyond a few seconds. He cried with the swiftness of alarm, "Go forward and tell the boatswain to lay aft at once with tools to force this door." John sprang up the companion steps as though driven by a bayonet. The ship's pitching and tossing filled the interior with all sorts of noises, and though Reynolds bent his ear in such passion of attention as rose to pain, no sounds that he could attribute to the lips of Lucretia reached him. "I hope to God nothing has come to her," said he to Mr. Featherbridge, who had risen from his meal and was standing beside his captain and friend. "She has not been seen all the morning, sir." "She has not come on deck," said the captain. "She breakfasted, and John reported her to me as all right." But whilst he spoke, Lucretia's threat to her mother to poison herself if her husband attempted force or broke through the door recurred to him, and before the boatswain arrived the man's heart was wild with anxiety and apprehension.
The daylight in the companionway was eclipsed by the intervention of a figure, and down came the boatswain, who was also the ship's carpenter, a sturdy seaman named Martin Webb, whose eagle nose stood out like a flying jib betwixt a pair of whiskers standing from his cheeks like the frill of an enraged hen going open-beaked at another. "As quick as you can, Webb," said the captain. And after a few sounds resembling the hammering of the old-fashioned carpenter before the old-fashioned anchor falls from the old-fashioned cat-head and fills the hollow forecastle with the roaring of iron links in an iron eye, the door flew open, and Reynolds rushed in. What did he, what did the others who stood in the doorway behold? Merely a woman with dark red hair and a face of the pallor of virgin wax, lying in a bunk under an eider-down quilt with half-closed eyes, motionless in the prostration of that dire distemper, seasickness. The wash-basin was on the deck beside her bunk. One arm overhung the bunk-board, and the hand with its long, nervous fingers was suspended just above the deck, and looked as though shaped from the petals of the moon-lily. Reynolds knelt by her side. She was not dead, but she was scarcely conscious, and the whites of her eyes visible past the lashes of the half-sealed lids, made of her face such a counterfeit presentment of death as might have misled a skilled medical inspection. The husband felt the pale, cold, hanging wrist, and found a thin pulse in it. Then, lifting the hand and placing it upon the eiderdown, he turned his head, and asked Featherbridge for a wine-glass of brandy and water, which was immediately procured and given to him. Nodding at the fiddles on the toilet-table, he told Featherbridge to bring him that bottle of eau de Cologne. He put his arm, with a wonderful tenderness of love and sympathy, under his wife's head, and succeeded in draining some brandy and water through her lips, and extending his handkerchief to Featherbridge, he bade him soak it with eau de Cologne, and this he put to his wife's forehead, kneeling beside her, watching, and now waiting. My poor sweet, he thought, alone, and so ill, almost dying. Oh, why, dearest, do you wish to abandon me? He told Featherbridge to finish his meal and close the door upon him, to relieve the second mate, and to instantly report if a shift of wind happened, as he would get under way forthwith. And he was left alone with his wife, whose lips he kissed, whose hair he smoothed, whose hand he caressed, until in about half an hour she exhibited some signs of returning animation. The white lids lifted, and the rich brown irises rolled down, but fireless, though with a little life of wonder in them when the shape of her husband filled their horizon. Throughout that afternoon he hung over his wife, never suffering the tenderness of his ministering to be affected by her silence, that silence which is more irritating than a sneer, as an expression of the aversion she sought to render as manifest as nausea would permit, of the wounding and inflaming nature of her resolution to release herself from him, and preserve this severe chastity of the beautiful, passionless, faithless, and cruel ego which she doted on, and whose deliciousness was not likely to cloy her. No, the sweet idea of her purity was not to sicken her soon, if ever, and there was his deception to resent, and his outrage on her liberty to punish. Never once would she answer him, though his few appeals to her to be his wife were most affecting with his pity for her sufferings, and eloquent with his love for her, and sweet with his contrition for the trick which had betrayed her to her honorable place by his side. She did not know where the ship was. She would naturally bring the ignorance of a schoolgirl to the sea. What could she have told you about the English Channel? Had she been informed that the town of Deal, which she had visited when spending a fortnight at Ramsgate, was within a 20 minutes' pull, she would not have been too seasick to have demanded her release, to have raged in her request to be put ashore. But the vessel was rolling and pitching, and Lucretia was convinced that the Flying Spur was miles out of sight of land upon the ocean, sailing on a voyage of which the contemplation was like that of eternity. Towards sundown Captain Reynolds sent for some tea, cake, and thin bread and butter, and placed the tray by her side. She would not look at him. She would not speak to him. No corpse could have been more mute under the grief-stricken gaze of the mourner. He went to the door with a dark face, and removing the key from the lock, turned to her and said, "I would not advise you to bolt yourself in. At sea, tragic surprises come in a moment. If we should be run into, so that the ship might easily founder in 5 minutes, How are you to be rescued if you shoot this bolt or turn this key, and are too ill to leave your bunk, or lie in ignorance of what is happening?" He paused to hear if she would answer. Her response was a sneer and a diligently averted gaze. With a heavy sigh and a hot heart, he walked out and went on deck. This man had dreamt of a long honeymoon on the ocean. He and Lucretia would have watched the sunset together. He would have explained to her the heraldry of the sky, talked of eyeless fish and water 3 miles deep. She would have viewed with him the moonlike bleakness and desolation and lifelessness of the iceberg. He would have instructed her in the causes of the colors of the ocean, why it is green, or gray, or blue, or black. In his handsome young wife he knew that he could, and she had been willing, have found a companion whose intellect was capable of translating the pictures she viewed into a wide poetic and romantic meaning. Such behavior as hers, such a disappointment as his, might well clothe the manliest and most cheerful spirit in crape, and deeply black-edge the remaining pages in the story of his life. He paced the deck alone, lost in thought. The beacons of the sea were here and there leaping into the dusk from the lightships off that yellow serpent of shoal called the Goodwins, ashore from the windy headland whence streamed a far-reaching splendor, from the forestays of moored ships, and the familiar red eye of the port lantern went sliding up channel, dimming yet the shadow that conveyed it, and the familiar green eye stole glimmering down, wan and elusive as a glowworm on a summer evening misty with dew. It was still blowing a fresh moist breeze from the westward of southwest, and a starless night was at hand. The waters ran in flickers of froth and broke into sounds of sobbing along the bends, and the tall masts waved in stately measures, growing spectral under the translating wand of the dusk. Featherbridge stood in the waist, leaning upon the rail, gazing shorewards. A riding light shone on the stay forward, and shapes of men were on the forecastle, but you heard nothing but the noise of the wind aloft and of streaming waters, and a dreary clattering of booms ill secured. After many turns Reynolds went to the side of the mate and said, "Featherbridge, she is making me the unhappiest man under God. Shall I persevere? Shall I send her ashore? I have her, and I tell you that the idea of parting with her is hell to me." "Well, sir," answered Featherbridge after a little thinking, "as I ventured to tell you when this scheme came into your head, it seemed to me, and I still think, that had you taken this voyage and left her to her mother, you would have found her all you could wish on your return. It is a state of mind that wants time, and I fancy that violence will harden it." Captain Reynolds looked during a considerable interval at the lights ashore, and then, with a stamp of the foot and a slap of his thigh, he burst out vehemently, "No, by God! It has given me great trouble to get her. She is with me, and so far as that goes, things are as they ought to be. I'll not part with her. If time is to operate ashore, why not here? Here there is at least the constant appeal of the sight of me, of the knowledge of my presence in the ship. But she ashore and I away! Why, this craze might induce her to take some extraordinary step. Her mother has no control over her. She might enter a convent." "Not as a married woman, sir, I think," said the mate, with a slow shake of his head. "A married woman!" exclaimed the captain, with bitter scorn. "Is it the wedding ring, is it the words uttered by the priest that make a woman married to a man? No, I've got her, and I'll keep her." The wind shifted at daybreak. It had slipped well into the eastward of south, and was a clear, steady breeze. The boatswain summoned the crew of the Flying Spur to get the ship under way. The windlass was manned, and the castanets of the pawls timed the chorus which accompanied the entrance, link by link, of the cable through the hawse-pipe. The date was the 10th of October. The morning broke fair, with a fine high sky of feather-shaped clouds. The sea was a magazine of colors and floating life in motion, for all the outward-bound vessels were getting their anchors, and the sun poured a delicate pink light upon mounting canvas and leaning shafts of cloths, the dark red sail of the coaster, and the white wings of the yacht. Old Deal stretched salt and sweet as a fresh mackerel with its wool-white line of surf, and its greenish sparkle of window to the risen day-beam. On the flying spur, sail by sail was set until the ship was clothed in breasts of cloth, narrowing at each summit, 3 pyramids with curves of canvas like the seagull's wings between, and glowing with the soft purity of untrodden snow in that autumn morning sunshine. When breakfast was on the table, John knocked on Lucretia's door. He was told to enter, whence it appears that the door was not bolted, whilst it could not have been locked, as Reynolds had withdrawn the key. The captain was eating some breakfast, and the mate had charge of the ship. The cabin servant, coming out of Lucretia's berth, stepped to Reynolds' side and said, "The lady asks for some tea and dry toast, sir." "Is she dressed?" "Yes, sir, the same as yesterday. She is lying in her bunk." "How does she seem?" "She looks nicely," answered John. "Get her whatever she wants," said Reynolds. His brow was heavy with thought as he sat alone eating. It was not difficult to see that some consideration which had suddenly visited him had sunk deep and was perplexing him. There was in his glances from his plate to the bulkheads about him, and up through the skylight, that imperious vivacity of eye which tells of a soul in storm and conflict. The lightning of the mind was in his regard. He closed his knife and fork, left his seat, and tapped on his wife's door. "Who's that?" she asked. "I, your husband, Frank." She did not answer. He turned the handle and walked in. She was seated in the armchair, very pale, but sleep and time had discharged the sunken hollow look of nausea, and the very neglect that her hair discovered rendered her the more admirable and pleasing to his sight. When he entered, she looked down and stared with riveted eyes upon her lap as though she was in some hypnotic sleep, and the lashes of the lids were impenetrable veils of dark red golden hair. But he observed that she had formed her mouth into a sneer, and there was scorn and wrath in the dishonoring facial expression. It was as though he was a spider or a frog. "Won't you speak to me, Lucretia?" he said. She held her eyes steadily fixed upon her lap, nor did her sneer change by so much as an effect produced by a single touch of the pencil. "Won't you even look at me?" he said again. Mary come up, not she. He stood viewing her for a little with a frown, but as she would not look at him nor speak to him, he left the cabin, feeling mortally humiliated. Here was conduct that was darting lances into his amour-propre, and his spirit writhed with the pain of the wounds. The old poet says, "Sweet are the kisses, the endearments sweet, when like desires and like affections meet." Where was he to find sweetness in this union if she held on as she was? Was he not her husband? Was he not a gentleman? It is true he had brought her into the ship by a stratagem, but surely the love that lay at the root of his action should woo and win forgiveness for a greater offense than that. On pardonne tant que l'on aime, says the French cynic, and Lucretia's inexorable resentment, vital even in the prostration of nausea, was an augury he could not misinterpret. He had used her with a chivalry which the majority of husbands would have held her unworthy of. Moreover, her behavior was belittling him in the eyes of his officers, and the gossip of this strange affair would reach the forecastle, and he understood the character of sailors well enough to imagine that what might be said in that hollow, humming sea-parlour with much expectoration and a vast variety of oaths, would not contribute greatly to the dignity of command and the requirements of discipline. Once the swelling bosoms of the sails had taken impulse and life from the wind, the flying spur proved herself nimble of heel. She sloped her masts and slanted her cutwater, and bit with a keen foretooth into the gleaming curves, filling the air round about her bows with beauties and miracles. The lightning of foam, the rainbow of the prism, the emerald green and diamond white of gems. At noon the wind headed the ship, and she broke off 3 points with her yards braced well forwards. Dinner was served to Lucretia in her cabin, but in the afternoon, about 3:30, when her husband was on deck, she made her appearance and stood in the companionway, holding by the hand that wore her wedding ring, and stared about her. A very fine form, as Jack at the wheel thought, her eyes dark and glowing like the heavens at night, her lips slightly parted as though in relish of the sweetness of the wind that swept betwixt them. She stepped out and crossed over to Mr. Ralland, the fat, warm-colored, yellow-haired second mate, and addressed him as though her husband had been left ashore or was dead. "In what part of the sea is this ship?" she asked. "In the English Channel, madam." "Are we far from England?" "There is England yonder, madam," answered Mr. Ralland, with a smile that seemed satirical but was not, pointing to some blue films hovering over the sea line on the starboard quarter. "Have we left Falmouth?" "No, madam, we are making for Falmouth." "When are we likely to get there?" "Why," answered Mr. Ralland, looking aloft, "the wind's drawn ahead, and we're off our course, and shall have to go about unless the breeze shifts again. So that," said he, with a rather nervous look in the direction of the captain, whose interpretation of this conversation with his wife he did not like to think of, "I don't expect we shall reach Falmouth much before late on the 13th, or it may be the 14th. She looked at the films of land with a hard pale face of resolution, and it was impossible even for Mr. Ralland to miss observing that she had arrived at a determination to take a step, and that this time she meant to score. Captain Reynolds was pacing the weather side of the quarter-deck when she arrived. She went to leeward to the gangway so as to remove herself as far from him as possible without invading the precincts of the sailors' quarters, and she stood with her arms resting upon the bulwark rail, looking at the horizon, or at the forming or dissolving mounds of water, or at 2 or 3 colliers in a screw-tramp with raised bows and the outline of a cow lying down. 2 sailors were working side by side forward. That they were British and not foreign seamen may be judged by the following sentences that passed between them. "Fine young party that! What's called a piece of all right." "She's the old man's wife," answered Bill, meaning by old man Captain Reynolds. "'Ow d'yer know?" says Jim. "Ain't she a treatin' of him as if she was? If she warn't his wife," and Bill, with a wink, nudges Jim in the ribs. "What's she doin' here if they don't get on?" said Jim. "Think he's goin' to leave the likes of her ashore?" answered Bill. "He'll wait upon yer. Where'd she be when he tarned up? A wife may be like a bad thick un, sights better than the real thing to look at, but you're darsn't spend un. Ye've got to keep carryin' of it about. Yon's the thick un without much ring in her, you lay." "Not even the weddin' ring, p'raps," said Jim. "Oh, I allow you'll find that all right. He'd live in fear of us men." "How's a man goin' to command a ship that can't command a woman?" asked Jim. "If a woman won't answer her ellum," replied Bill, "what are ye goin' to do? You bet the old man's tried it hard a port and hard a starboard, and what Luffin 'ud do, and if ellum's alley would mix nicely in the biling. I think myself," said he, very gravely, "that some women is best left alone. If they prove unmanageable, then turn to and secure the ellum, and you'll find the party'll take up her own position, and ride comfortable." It will be judged from this fragment of conversation that Captain Reynolds had not erred in the anticipation of his forecastle's comments. As 8 bells, 4 o'clock, were being struck, Lucretia left the rail at which she had been standing, and walked up to Mr. Ralland, who was in the gangway abreast of her. Captain Reynolds continued to stump his lonely principality of quarter-deck, betwixt the wheel and the skylight. "Of course," exclaimed Lucretia haughtily, "you know that I am the captain's wife." Mr. Ralland, staring at her, stuttered "Yes," and instantly looked ill at ease. He was waiting for Mr. Featherbridge to relieve him, and disliked this being talked to by Mrs. Reynolds in the presence of the commander of the ship, whose despotic importance was great enough to ruin him, and the whole estate of this fat involuntary cynic lay in his calling. "I was brought to the ship by a base stratagem," said Lucretia, "and I am imprisoned in her, as you are easily able to see. I desire to return home to my mother. Will you tell your captain that if he does not allow me to leave the ship at Falmouth, I will ask the sailors to help me to free myself. I will appeal to those men who will not allow a woman to be ill-treated. I have always heard that sailors are warm-hearted, and I beg you to tell Captain Reynolds that unless he liberates me, I will go right amongst his crew there and tell them my story." So saying, she slightly inclined her head, and went towards the companion hatch as Mr. Featherbridge stepped out of it. She darted at him the lightning of her eyes under the shadow of her frown, and sank down the hatchway out of sight. Mr. Ralland, with a mind slightly muddled, was about to go below to compose himself over a pipe and a book in his bunk, throughout the first dog watch, should there not come a call for all hands. Captain Reynolds called him. "Mrs. Reynolds has been asking you questions, I think?" The second mate colored up, and answered that she had. "What does she want to know?" "Where we are, sir." "Yes." "And how long it will take us to fetch Falmouth." "Yes." The fat and purple young man hung in the wind, and after a cough or two, said, "She asked me to tell you," and he quoted Lucretia's threat, word for word. "Is that all?" inquired Reynolds, whose expression of face was stern but calm in rigidity. "That's all, sir." "Thanks." Mr. Ralland slunk to his quarters. The captain took a few turns, then catching Featherbridge's eye, he invited him to his side by a toss of the head. "She'll do at this for another hour," said he. He looked aloft and to windward. "Featherbridge, I have formed my resolution. I have made up my mind to send Mrs. Reynolds home when we arrive at Falmouth." I think you will be acting wisely if you do, sir," answered Featherbridge. "She is not to be conquered. She is not to be got at. I could not have believed that her heart was so hard. I make every allowance for her indignation at being trapped, but is there no love in her to help me? Nothing left of the old feeling which induced her to take me?" The captain's voice trembled slightly, but his face continued stern and tranquil, with the tranquillity of the marble face whose expression is that of deep resentment and a heart on fire. And in truth it was quite possible for the slow-souled Mr. Featherbridge to suspect in Captain Reynolds a languid motion of mind that must presently harden into aversion, for the elasticity of even such a love as this man bore this woman has its limitations. The tissues crack, the passion sinks shapeless. It takes another name, and a feeling that may threaten the wreck of two lives replaces the ruined sentiment. "I did what I thought it was right I should do," continued Captain Reynolds, "and I find that I was mistaken. My blunder arose from an imperfect knowledge of the nature I was dealing with. Could I foresee that the change that has come to her would prove as fixed as though it had been inherent? Which it never was, for so help me God, no woman could have been more tender, more sweet, and docile in the privileges she permitted. Many will tell me that I have not acted the part of a gentleman, but I am a man, and I feel as a man, and she has not treated me as I deserve to be treated by her. Featherbridge, you will continue your kindness to the end. I will ask you to see her ashore. No doubt her luggage will have been received at the station before our arrival." He broke off. He could not bring himself to say more. He was unmanned, and went to his cabin to collect himself. Throughout that night the ship was a frequent scene of disturbance. The wind headed her off her course, and to prevent her from running now into the coast of France, or now into the coast of England, the captain put her about, an evolution in merchantmen that is commonly attended with great uproar. Men howl upon ropes as they drag at them, the captain shouts, the mates bawl, the ship plunges, staggers, stops, and reels. The wind roars in the shrouds. The fingers of the gale sweep the canvas into a slatting like a volleying of stones from a quayside into a hold, and there is much confusion below of nimble crockery and sliding commodities. When it comes to "let go and haul," the fore-topsail yard swings, the jib sheets leap the stays, the ship leans, and after a pause of thought lets drive her keen tooth into the surge, which parts in slinging and singing masses of giddy splendor, and she is again off and away, with her sailors coiling the ropes over the pins, and the captain and mates staring aloft to observe the lay of the yards and the set of the canvas. The scene is one of inextricable complexity to a landsman's eye on a fine day and in summer waters. But in the darkness of an autumn Channel moonless night, when a strong head sea is running, and the work is to be discharged by two only of the five fallible mortal senses, namely touch and hearing, the scene, or at least as much of it as is visible, takes for the landsman an element of fear, and passengers have been known to go to prayers on their own account when the ship was in the agonies of mainsail haul on a dark night blowing hard, the captain suspecting that the white water on the horizon was breakers, and that he was several leagues out of his reckoning, and the mate convinced that if she hung another minute she would be in irons, and they would have to wear ship, shoal or no shoal. When the Flying Spur was put about a little before 9 on the night of this day we are dealing with, the noise on the deck was so great that Lucretia in her cabin believed the vessel was sinking. The ship, as the helm was put down, met the seas and pitched heavily. The rudder jarred. The tramp of feet overhead was as though all hands were fighting for their lives to get into the boats. Lucretia heard shouts and loud hoarse bawlings, and white with fear, with a heart beating quickly, for she could not but remember what her husband had told her about the ship being run into and sunk in 5 minutes. She opened the door of her berth, but nobody was in the cabin. It was all hands on deck, and John was amongst them. She stood waiting and hearkening in the doorway until she grew reassured by the comparative silence on deck and the steady floating motions of the ship, and then John's legs appeared on the ladder, and the man descended. "What is the matter?" cried Lucretia. "We've been putting the ship about, mum," answered John. "What do you mean by that?" "Laying her on the port tack for another board, mum." Had he answered her in Chinese, he would have been equally intelligible. "Is there any danger?" she asked. "Lord love me, no, mum." On which she closed the cabin door upon herself, not choosing that her husband should descend and behold her. And then she sat down and cried with rage and other emotions, and detested Frank for bringing her into such a situation, and vowing, whilst she mopped her fine eyes with her pocket handkerchief, that if he did not release her at Falmouth she would go amongst the crew, plead to them to help her to free herself and gain her end, or render her husband's situation as captain of the ship impossible. The night passed, a night, as has been said, of commotion and going about. At the breakfast table Captain Reynolds asked Mr. Featherbridge to visit his wife and acquaint her with her husband's intention to send her ashore at Falmouth. There had come a shift of wind in the morning watch, and the breeze was so blowing as to allow the ship to look up for her port. The morning sunshine clothed the glass of the skylight with silver brightness. The sea ran with a cradling motion. Through the scuttles you caught a glimpse of the sparkling azure of it. Mr. Featherbridge did not relish his mission, but he faced it like a man, and ascertaining from John, after Reynolds had left the table, that Mrs. Reynolds had finished her breakfast, he walked to the cabin door of the lady, and knocked. Who was that? She wanted to know. Mr. Featherbridge. I have come with a message from the captain. May I enter? She immediately concluded that his errand was in the interests of peace and conjugal felicity. "I decline to meet you, and beg that you will not come in," she cried. "I believe the news I bring is what you will be glad to hear," said Mr. Featherbridge. After a pause, during which she thought of the doctor's certificate and the livery of trouble Featherbridge had cunningly worn during his interview with her mother at Chepstow Place, she said, "You can come in." He entered, bowed, and said, "I have been asked by Captain Reynolds to inform you that you will be put ashore at Falmouth, according to your request." She stood holding by the table, swaying her fine figure with the motions of the deck. Her face slightly lightened as though to a sudden brightness of heart, but the expression soon faded. "It is about time that Captain Reynolds acted like a man," she said coldly and haughtily. Mr. Featherbridge secretly wondered what o'clock it would be when Mrs. Reynolds should think it time to act like a woman. "The captain expects," says the mate, "that your luggage will be at the station, and I shall do myself the pleasure to attend to that and see you off." She curled her lips at him before answering, and said, "I shall not want to be seen off, thanks. I am quite capable of looking after myself. I shall require some money to pay my fare. I had but 2 sovereigns which you saw me borrow from my mother." "Captain Reynolds will see to that," said Mr. Featherbridge, who thought to himself, "If you were the only young woman in England, damn if I'd have you." She turned to the scuttle or little window, in token that the interview was ended, and after a slow look at her, Featherbridge walked out. He went to the captain, who was on deck. "She is very willing to go, sir, but she won't allow me to escort her. She wishes to go alone." "She shall have her way," answered Captain Reynolds in a hard voice. "How does she seem?" Quite well, I think, sir. A stubborn soul, a very stubborn soul to bend, said Captain Reynolds, as though thinking aloud. Such spirits need but a very little bending to break. I never could have believed it of her or in her. How does she look, do you say? Why, very well, sir. What a fine creature to love and lose, to have and not to be able to hold, continued Reynolds, still talking as though he was thinking aloud. I suppose she and I will never meet again. I wouldn't think such a thing, sir. Oh, my God, look at the chances against our meeting, cried the captain, with a little storm of passion coming into his voice out of his heart. It's not the risks only of our lives at sea. There's her nature, which will hold her aloof, and the longer she remains divorced from me, the severer will grow the quality that keeps her divorced. A child, oh, a little child, something to humanize her, something to look with my eyes into hers. He stepped to the rail and stared away to sea. Featherbridge stood still. The captain returned. I suppose her reception of you was cold, perhaps insulting, said he. The mate answered, No, sir. She says she wants some money. I saw her borrow £2 from her mother, and she changed one when she insisted on paying for her ticket at Gravesend. I'll see to it, said Reynolds. Half an hour later he went below. He had lingered on deck trusting his wife would appear, for he loved to look at her. He entered his cabin, and opening a locker took out a desk, which he unlocked, and from a corner of it picked up a small roll of Bank of England notes. He took 2 5-pound notes and placed them in a blank envelope, then stood hanging over the desk for a little while, musing. For a small parcel of his wife's letters lay there, and they set him thinking. He replaced the desk in the locker, and putting his head out called to John, and told him to give that envelope to Mrs. Reynolds. He then got into his bunk to take some rest, for the night had been full of business for him, and his whole being felt strained. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Terence Taylor. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 5. The Wreck. The Flying Spur anchored at Falmouth Bay on the noon of October 13, 1890. She had no business at that port. When Mr. Blaney of Leadenhall Street, her owner, read the report in the Shipping News of her having touched at Falmouth, he would probably assume that the crew had given trouble. A Dutchman, perhaps, had stabbed an Englishman, and the captain had been forced to put into Falmouth to supply the deficiencies caused by the knife, and to hand over the prisoner. As a matter of fact, Reynolds was here to fetch his wife's clothes, and the owner's demands on him as a skipper must yield to that skipper's claims upon himself as a newly married man. And now his wife was going ashore to fetch her clothes herself, and take them home with her, and leave him. The ship brought up with only her lightest canvas furled, for she was to sail again as soon as she might. It was noon. Sweet and calm were the waters of this lovely harbour. Glorious the land in the mantle of October. Pleasant and fair to see the ships floating upon the mirror, whose margin reflected the burning leaf of autumn. Lucretia was in her cabin when the anchor was let go. She felt the thrill of the chain cable as it thundered through the hawse pipe, but did not know what it meant. Came a knock upon her door, the inevitable. "Who is there?" Followed, "Mr. Rowland." "Oh, Walk in." The second mate entered, purple and shiny, cup-like in form, very nervous in demeanour. "If you are ready to go ashore, madam," he said, "the boat is ready alongside, and I will steer you to the landing place." She started, not until then realizing the arrival of the ship. Into the pallor of her face passed a subtler shade of whiteness, if one may so speak, indicating the presence of the heart. "I shall be on deck in 5 minutes," she answered, and Mr. Rowlands left her. In 5 minutes she was attired in hat and jacket, and with her went the umbrella which she had bought from Chepway Place. She passed through the companionway into the atmosphere quivering with brilliance, and without intention met the eyes of her husband, who was seated upon the grating abaft the wheel, in a place to command a view of the deck and the departure of the boat. She instantly looked away. No flush of cheek indicated emotion, no dullness of eye, the sudden gush of sadness from the springs of the soul. She saw Mr. Rowland waiting at the open gangway, and went to him. Mr. Featherbridge was doing some business of the ship on the forecastle, but all the sailors on the deck, idling or working, took a look at that fine figure as it passed to the side, and, could their secret thoughts have been interpreted, literature would have been the richer by several pages of original ideas. The port quarter boat had been lowered and manned, and lay under the gangway ladder. Without looking aft, where her husband was, without a glance around her at the ship she was deserting, Lucretia put her foot upon the steps and descended, and took her place in the stem sheets, where she was joined by Mr. Rowland, who, catching hold of the yoke lines, sang out, "Shove off!" The oars dipped, and Lucretia was going home. Reynolds, with his arms folded, watched the shape of the receding boat, watched the diminishing form of his wife, and his manhood broke him in a great sigh and a little hysterical shake of the head, as though he was wretched by an inward agony. But for his being in full view of the sailors, he would have covered his face and vented himself in the convulsed dry sob of his sex, to whom the tears of a woman who make men weep in their way are denied. She was gone. He rose and slowly went below, not unmarked by some of the men, who, rough seamen as they were, could, in their crude, uninstructed fashion, enter into his thoughts. He walked into the cabin, which had been occupied by his wife, and gazed around him. He looked at the trifling comforts, at the toilet fowls which he had provided. He looked at the pots of flowers. It is true, as Tennyson sings after Dante, that a sorrow's crown of sorrow is remembering happier things. But the ship must start afresh. At sea, says Dana, there is no time for sentiment. The lily-white hand must be waved ashore, and the dark eyes of sweet Susan, reclining on a rock, may be full of tears. But Jack on board ship must heave and pull, must heave and raise the dead, must sheet home with a hoarse yo-ho, which slants tremulous to the mate's ear, unfaltering, though the heartstrings be crackling, gay as the leap of the sea at the bow, though the sailor's sweetheart is transformed into the pickled horse of the harness cask at the pressure of her ruby lips into the benisons of the quarter-deck. Within 3 hours of the arrival of the Flying Spur in Falmouth Bay, the quarter-boat, in which Lucretia had been rowed ashore, was again hanging in its place at the ship's davits, and the crew were, for the second time since leaving London, breaking out the anchor to the melody of their voices and the cranking of the revolving windlass. The upper topsail yards were mast-headed, the top-galleon sails and royals loosed and set, and the sinking sun shone upon that fair and still visible picture of the sea. A full-rigged ship under all sail standing out from the land, her bowsprit pointing to the violet line of the water in the south, every rope gleaming as though threaded by a hair of gold, every cloth coloured as though touched with a brush dipped in gilt varnish, every piece of brasswork burning with an eye that was like a little scarlet sun. A thin racing of beaded bubbles marked the progress of the keel, and the song of the sea, when the heavens are bright and the waters restful, and the breeze was a pleasant impulse for the canvas, was chanted under the bows as the vessel slowly sailed out into the English Channel, out into the enfolding pinions of the evening, out into the star-studded raven darkness of the night, on her long voyage to a port on the west coast of South America. The reader is to be spared an account of this voyage of a sailing ship whose laden was bricks, coke, and coal. Not but that the true romance of the deep is to be found in such vessels, for if it would dwell not in them, you shall seek it in vain in those steamers which, of all floating structures, are most familiar to readers of novels. The marine muse shrinks from the giant edifice, whose walls might have been designed for the storage of gas, whose saloon is the coffee-room of the huge hotel, whose engine-room is indeed a noble submission of human genius, but on whose sliding rods and rotating cranks the fairy foot of poesy finds no platform. We passed to the month of February in the year 1891, and the date was the 2nd. The Flying Spur was off the coast of Chile. Her voyage down to this period had been absolutely uneventful. 3 days earlier, that is, on the morning of January 31, a man had come running aft to Mr. Featherbridge to report that smoke was rising from the fore hatch. The covers were lifted, and the cargo of coal in the fore and main holds was found to be on fire. Trenching volumes of water by the ton were poured in by hose, by bucket, through holes cut in the deck, in vain. The stench of sulphurous gases drove the men out of the forecastle, and the captain and mates from their quarters in the cabin. The island of Santo Cristo then bore a few leagues distance, about west-northwest. On the 1st of February, the day following the discovery of the fire, which continued to burn with fury, rendering the decks too hot for the naked foot to endure, though no flames had yet been leapt up, it came on to blow from the south-west. It was first a fresh breeze in the tail of a heavy running swell, which it wrinkled with snappish little seas, but in the afternoon the wind had stormed up into half a gale, and the burning ship, with coils of black smoke streaming from her hatchways, flying low over the lee bulwarks, was hove to under her lower main topsail. A gale of wind and a ship on fire. It is difficult to conceive a more horrible combination of peril. A ship hove to on fire, and an iron beach of an island close aboard. Out there, throughout the blackness of the night, throughout the leaden mum that hoved in fury as it came and stayed without brightening. The high seas were a sallow green, and poured cataracts of foam into the valleys at their feet. The foretop galleon mast had carried away. Some sails had been blown out of their gaskets and were streaming in rags from the yards. The ship, labouring furiously, swung her spars in maddening shearings under the rushing soot of the storm, and the picture was ghastly and wild, not by reason only of the flashing of torn canvas, flogging as it swept, shrieking as it was carried like a pennant at a rolling masthead, nor by the shattering of water, falling like the avalanche self-hurled from the mountain brow, but by the leaping of flames through the fore-hatch, tongues of scarlet fire which soared like the furnace wings of the smoke, shrivelling shroud and stay, blackening and cracking and cinder-coloured every mast and spar. In the morning, Featherbridge had been talking with Captain Reynolds in a consultation as to what should be done. If the weather moderated, the boats might live. If the weather held and the fire grew as it was growing, what must follow? "It is well," said Reynolds, "that my wife is not here." These were the last words that he ever addressed to his friend, for when the captain had spoken, Featherbridge went forward. The vessel at that moment plunged as though she was going over the edge of the falls of Niagara. Before she could lift her bow, a huge green sea came with a roaring of 100 thunderbolts aboard, and Featherbridge was seen no more. No one knew how he had perished, nor was he immediately missed. The mountain leapt of the sea, and then the sudden volcanic uprush of flame paralysed the men with consternation. The three tremendous forces of nature were let loose upon and in that frail and labouring and lamenting and brutally used example of human handiwork. The wind and the sea had united with fire, and were a trinity of raging giant demons, to whom the sailors they were straggling and cancelling, who opposed nothing but the beating hearts of men. The hour of panic must come. It came when the decks blew up between the fore and mainmasts, and liberating a belching hell of white fire, blinding as the sunbeam and roasting as the furnace. The seamen rushed to the boats. The second mate and a little crowd were lowered, but it was the act of men driven mad by fire and fright. In a moment the boat went to pieces under them, and they were battling in the water. The senses of a sailor suddenly left him, and he jumped overboard, flinging into the wind as he hurled himself from the rail, a wilder cry than any made by the gale. Reynolds had no orders to give, no counsels to deliver. To stay was to be broiled, to go was to be drowned. What instructions, then, could he convey at a moment in which the alternative that nearly every crisis supplies, and that enables the vigorous will to form its resolution, had been slaughtered by the wrath of the sea on the one hand and the rage of the fire on the other? But, faithful to the traditions of the British captain, he was the last to leave the ship. He pulled the lifebelt over his head and got it under his arms, and standing on the lee side of the taffrail, watched for the lift of the sea, that his fall might not be far, and plunged. The ship roared herself out in flames and explosions, and much mighty hissing. The evening came, the night came, the dawn glimmed wan and sad along the eastern sea line. The sun soared into a blue sky, along which sailed 1,000 little clouds, like old men of war, and poured his glory upon an island glittering with dew, sparkling with cascades, radiant with foreshore of coral strand, green with tall grass and little trees and bushes, standing in the heart of a shoreless sea like a many-faceted gem that flashes the green and yellow and red of the spectrum. It was the island of Santo Cristo, in latitude 40 degrees 16 minutes south and longitude 80 degrees 39 minutes west. It is about 1 mile long and 3/4 of a mile wide. 2 small cascades fall from a hill and unite in a little horseshoe river on the southern side, prettily fringed with trees. Around the island, to the mouth of the horseshoe river at the eastmost extremity of this little sea garden, runs a beach of brilliant sand. In parts the ground is covered with brushwood, and some of the growths resemble, or perhaps are, casuarina trees. The grass is long and coarse, and amongst it may be found ferns and mosses and mushrooms. Even in gentle weather the seas break in thunder on the coast betwixt the east and south of the island. The huge blue swell, even though increased by the cat's paw, slides with the weight of countless tons and bursts into the magnificence of foam as it recoils from the blow it delivers. There is a ceaseless play of white water on the north side, where a ledge of rock or coral comes within a foot or two of the surface and troubles the peace of the deep, even its most tranquil mood. The sun had been risen an hour when the figure of a man, lying on the white sand on the southwest side, stirred and presently sat up. He was in a lifebelt. He was Captain Francis Reynolds, apparently sole survivor of the ship Flying Spur. No bodies of men were to be seen upon the white sand, no sparkle of wet spur, no blot of blackened beam invited the eye to the sea. The ship was absolutely vanished, and with her, her people, and nothing remained to denote that such a creation had ever been, and that a few hours earlier a ship of 1,000 tons was on fire and struggling with half a hurricane, save that lonely figure in a lifebelt sitting on the coral sand. Trying to move his arms, he found them encumbered by the lifebelt. He languidly passed the thing over his head, but seemed to get no ideas from the ship's name that was painted upon it. He was sensible of a smarting pain about his left eye, and at the right-hand junction of his lips in the cheek, and, touching those parts, he found that he had been badly hurt and was bleeding. Had he viewed himself in a mirror, he would surely not have known who he was. He had been flung by the breach of the sea against a rock which had cut deep into the flesh and bone about the eye and ripped the end of the mouth. As likely as not would lose the sight of that eye, and perhaps the other would perish in sympathy. His senses began to come to him, and he felt his legs and moved himself to try his ribs, and then got up and stood, and found that his bones were unbroken. He gazed somewhat vacantly about him, first staring at the sea, and then round upon the land, and again he cast his eyes upon his legs, and looked at his arms, and pressed his hand against his head, from which his cap had been washed. His catching a sight of one of the sweet and sparkling cascades made him feel as though his throat was of hot brass, whilst his tongue stung behind his teeth. He walked very slowly towards the foot of the falls, where they sang in a glory of froth and went away in a horseshoe-shaped river. He knelt, fashioning his hands into a cup, drank, and then he bathed his face. by which time his 5 wits were once more vigorous, and he clearly understood that he was Frank Reynolds, and that he had been cast ashore on the little empty island of Santa Cristo, and that, so far as he could judge, for the view of parts of the island were interseated by rising and little downs, he was the sole survivor of the crew of the ship. When his thirst was assuaged, he felt hungry, and sent a look at certain birds which were wheeling about the island, petrels, gulls, whalebirds, and penguins. They were not many, but they gave a vitality to the air, and enriched its brilliance with the grace of their flight and the soft hues of their plumage, but they were not to be come at for a meal. Reynolds' eye fell upon a creek about 100 fathoms long, in the bight of which was a flat rock. The water had sunk, and this rock was covered with coloured oysters, limpets, and mussels. He was an old hand. He had sought oysters at Sydney and elsewhere, and knew what to do. He looked about him for a hammer, and found what he wanted in a heavy cucumber-shaped stone, which was undoubtedly a meteorite. Armed with this stone, he slowly made his way to the creek, and stepping onto the rock, which was black and gleaming, salt-smelling and hairy with weed, he knocked off a meal of oysters, which he opened with a strong clasped knife he had carried about with him at sea for years past. Here was a very good repast. When he had eaten as much as he needed, and whilst he ate he took notice of certain large fish, of a rock-cod sort, floating deep in the crystal water betwixt the rock and the shore. He stepped from the rock onto the land, which was scarcely at the distance of a jump, and going to where the grass was growing, he seated himself under a tree, with his back against the trunk, and as quickly as a man dies whose heart fails him, he fell asleep. He slept for 3 hours, and if his good angel stood beside him and watched him as he slumbered, her heart would have been melted by pity, for never did ocean reject the life of a more forlorn figure than this broken and wounded man, scarce recognisable as the comely, somewhat military-looking Captain Reynolds, who had commanded the Flying Spur. The whole spirit of the mighty desolation round about was incarnate in him. When he awoke, he stared about as before with a wondering eye, but was soon as sensible as ever he had been. He knew where he was, and that the coast of Chile lay at a distance of about 250 miles. What were his chances of escape? He must keep throughout the day a sharp look out for ships, and prepare and hold in readiness a big heap of rubbish to make a thick, black, tall smoke with when a sail should shine upon the horizon. How was he to make fire? He might rub 2 sticks together for years and scarcely warm them. This getting fire by friction is a trick which one must be a savage to have the art of. Fortunately for Reynolds, he carried in his waistcoat pocket a burning glass, a piece of crystal with which at sea he used under a high sun to light his pipe or cigar, for love of the purity of the flame. So whilst the sun shone, he could never lack fire, and whilst those oysters clung to the rock, he could not starve, and the cascades of fresh water were as sweet to the palate as they were lovely in their glancings and flashings to the eye. Still sitting at the foot of the tree under which he had slept, he thought of his wife. Had he forced her to accompany him, she must have perished in the shipwreck. He knew, when he recalled with shudders those days of horror, of tempest, of fire, that when the crisis came he could not have saved her life unless God's hand had have brought her ashore as he had been, but his salvation of her would not have been of his working. What had he lost by the shipwreck? He had brought with him £150, of which he had given 10 to his wife, and this money had gone down, likewise all his clothes, charts, chronometers, and nautical instruments. Should ever he be rescued, he would have to begin life afresh. Would life, any form of life, be worth the effort of its maintenance, deserted as he was by his wife, ruined as he was by the sea? Never was any man more bankrupt in heart and estate than this poor lonely fellow, who had been guilty of the great blunder of loving not wisely, but too well. After looking at the brilliant beach, or as much of it as his vision compassed, as it swept from rock and soil into the tall feathering wash of the sea, for in every breaker that rolled upon that little island dwelt the power of the mighty Pacific, an idea visited him, and he walked down the coral stretch. He looked along it to the north, where it terminated at the margin of a little bay, whose low face of cliff was abrupt. Here and there were rocks, lumps of large grey stone, but no corpse, and no signs of a living man. He sighed, and a sense of solitude oppressed him. He clenched his hands, thinking, as he turned around to look along the beach towards the west, "I am alone." The thought of the extinction of the sailors he had commanded, for he had been the last to leave the ship, and since no man had saved his life by this island, he knew that it was inevitable, that all had perished. This thought and the memory of Featherbridge, a shipmate he had loved, and the comrade of many a quiet watch, overwhelmed him, and he wept. He continued to walk slowly, and a speculation which seemed somewhat out of place in a maimed and hopeless castaway troubled his poor brains. He said to himself, "As life is a property of vital matter, and as we are taught that nothing is destructible, what becomes of life at death? What has become of the life that enabled Featherbridge to talk to me? I can conceive, perhaps explain, the passage of heat and all forms of energy from the human body at death into other states. But what becomes of that property called life, which is in me now whilst I reflect, and which, as, like heat and all other things, it is indestructible, cannot cease to exist, because it has quitted my body? Perhaps," he mused, still thinking of Featherbridge and his drowned sailors, "the belief in the human soul may be based upon our knowledge of the indestructibility of all created things." No, he argued to himself, belief in the soul existed long before it was known that matter and all the conditions of matter cannot be destroyed, can only be changed. The hope of the soul is based upon the innate and inborn desire of every man to project his life beyond the grave. These were strange speculations to trouble him in such a place and under such circumstances. But the mind is not responsible for the ideas which spring in it. There is a frequent impertinence in thought, as, for instance, when you find yourself humming some tune of which you are heartily sick, but which teases you with irritating iteration. Be your mood what it will, for a man will hum such an air within himself at the graveside, or when occupied in business, which should utterly remove him from the vexing ghost of melody. He walked along by the beach around the western extremity of the island, until he was within sight of the mouth of the little horseshoe-shaped river, and constantly as he walked he looked up at the slope or frown of land with a dumb and throbbing yearning, like a pain in his heart for the sight of a human figure. The sun was rolling low down the sky, and the west was gorgeous with colours, and in this beautiful light the two waterfalls or cascades, leaping midway from an altitude of about 300 feet, shone like ropes of fine pale amber, and the picture was made exquisite by the fern-like delicacy of the boughs of trees, defining their foliage and their branches upon the tender depths of the eastern blue. He climbed a green slope and gained the higher parts of the island, and looked about him for a spot in which he might shelter himself for the night. Hard by was a little dell covered with mosses and other growths, and he observed on one side of it a horizontal fissure about 6 feet deep, whilst the gap was about 5 feet. He gazed carefully about him in search of snakes or other dangerous reptiles, but saw nothing of the kind. That fissure, he judged, would provide him with a bed place, so he walked towards a tract of tall grass, like guinea grass, and, pulling out his knife, cut down a quantity, enough to make a little bundle to serve as a pillow. This bundle he compacted by binding it with grass, which he knitted into witches, for this man was a sailor. He could lay up a sennet or weave grass into a hat. He put his pillow into the crevice and went across the island to the beach again to get his supper off the rock. How sad were the splendid colours of the west, how heart-subduing the vastness of the solitude. The voice of the spirit of desolation was heard in the sound of the wind in the trees, in the organ roll of crushed and seething swell, in the troubled rustling on the shoal, in whispers of running waters coming from afar. He got upon the rock, armed with his meteorite. It was but a long stride from the edge of the land to the rock. The oysters were large and sweet, and provided him with an excellent meal. It was a calm evening. The swell came rolling from the sun in liquid gold. The seafowl were fishing diligently, and some of them, whose plumage gave resilience to the western light, wheeled in shapes of brass and ivory through the air. Reynolds regained the shore, and ascending the slope behind which was the dell that was to shelter him from the night, sat down and watched the sunset and the sumptuous pageantry fade, watched the sea line that perished in the evening shadow, which was trembling with stars. He wondered how long he would be forced to remain on this island, and if it was his destiny to die upon it. And his imagination grew morbid, and he pictured his dead body supine and the decay of it, till a shudder compacted his mind, and the tone of it grew more manly. Oh, for a companion, he thought, but one to speak to. He tried to recollect the people who had been in his situation, and could recall but two, Peter Sereno and Alexander Selkirk. It brightened him for the moment to recollect that both were delivered from the horrors of an island's loneliness. Peter, he remembered, was covered with hair when he was secured, and looked like a furry imagination of pagan mythology, and was frightful to see. A shooting star caught his eye. He followed the brilliant track of it, and then his chin sank, and he put up a short prayer to God for mercy. Though never religious, Reynolds was always a devout man. He had read and reasoned himself into a full conviction as to the being of a Creator. It is ridiculous, he would argue, to talk of chance when you witness design everywhere. If the theory of chance is right, then creation is nothing but a dice box, the issue of every throw unforeseen. He held that in nothing is design more visible than in evolution, with its enduring elements of prevision and provision. If evolution were merely chance, creation would be chaos, and he once said to Lucretia, "What the learned call chance, I, who am not learned, call intention. Look at this little daisy. Consider its colour, its form, the hand that grasps the petals, the airy beauty of the orange throne in the heart of it, on which the viewless shape of the queen of the fairies sits on moonlighted nights, and let the Darwins of the age call this miracle of the meadow chance, if they can or dare." In taking a ramble in some fine scenery in New Zealand, he watched two birds, called huia birds, and was struck by the intention in form, which their procure explained. The male had a short, stout beak, the female a long, curved bill. He observed that they earned their living in company thus: the male, hopping or flying to a tree, with his strong bill knocked off the bark and exposed the grub, and the female, with her long curved bill, took the grub out, and between them they made a meal. Thus it will be seen that when this man prayed to God, his heart spoke with conviction that he was addressing a spirit who would give him heed, though he made no sign. It was lonesome sitting there with nothing but the voice of the sea to hear, and nothing but the sparkling suns of the sky to behold, for the island sank into ink on a moonless night. He rose and made his way to the dell, and got into the cleft, and laid his broken face and weary head upon his grass pillow. He fell asleep and dreamed that his wife stood by his side. A cold star glittered on her forehead, and its radiation struck lances of ice into his heart. He awoke. He looked for his wife, and saw nothing but the stars shining at the edge of the fissure above the dell. But she had been with him, and with him in that same repellent spirit of chastity that had sundered them. Why should we deal lightly with or speak in scorn of our dreams? Half our lives are formed of dreams, whether the visions shape themselves to the slumber or dwell in the stare of the waking abstract eye. The boy dreams of the sea and of fairy lands forlorn, the maiden of that ideal man, whom she shall not meet this side of the grave, the politician of power and the philosopher of the undiscovered bourne, the king of a people's love and the beggar of a copper noon. Rob the mind of dreams, sleeping or waking, and you extinguish 1/3 of the solid joys of life and 2/3 of its solid troubles. Reynolds fell asleep again, but his wife did not return. End of chapter 5. Recording by Terence Taylor.
Chapter 6 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barbara Dirksen. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 6. The Fisherman. When Reynolds again opened his eyes, the day was broad, brilliant, and noisy. He got out of the fissure which had supplied him with a sheltered, moss-coated couch, and immediately made his way to a rise of ground to obtain a view of the sea. He swept the horizon with the practised gaze of a sailor, observing in his wounded eye a little dimness of vision. Nothing that could be named a ship was in sight. Large dark clouds were sailing with the wind, but above them was a ceiling of mother of pearl that was settling slowly westwards. A fresh breeze was blowing. The sea was alive and leaping. On the shoal the water was the glaring whiteness of wrestling waves. The blow of the surge on the southeast side boomed with the deep note of heavy guns through the wind. The trees sang and the surf bellowed, and the full and spacious scene from dome to liquid floor throbbed and shouted and danced and roared with the spirit of ocean liberty. Reynolds walked towards the foam heap at the foot of the cataract and drank, then, stripping himself, plunged into the bright water of the little river, which was as sweet as honey for the distance of half a cable, with the force of the current that was rushed through the foam mound by those waterfalls, when it grew brackish and rapidly passed into salt water. He was much refreshed by his bath, and ran to and fro to dry himself, and when he had put on his clothes, he walked to the sand and got upon the rock to breakfast. He ate heartily, for these were very fat and choice oysters, though big, and for condiment they needed neither vinegar nor pepper, but the contents of the best of all cruet stands, which he had, that is, appetite. Whilst he was thus occupied, he saw swimming deep in the green crystal space of water betwixt the rock and the shore, where the creek began to widen, a number of big fish, of which he had before taken notice. He judged by their bulk that they would weigh from 8 to 30 pounds. If they were not rock cod, they resembled that fish, but some were of a different species, and they were gay with colors and shaped like perch. Reynolds saw abundance of food beneath him, but how was he to get it? He was without hook or line, though there was plenty of bait in the thousands of limpets which adhered to this and other rocks. He recollected that a naval officer who was in a surveying ship off Patagonia had told him that the longshore natives of that country took fish in this way. They fashioned lines out of tendrils of shrubbery. To the end of a line they attached a limpet. This they dropped over the edge of their canoe. The fish gorged the limpet, and was warily drawn to the surface by the fisherman, who then dexterously passed his hand under the fish and tossed it out of the water into the boat. This memory determined Reynolds to try his hand. He was a sailor, and the possessor of a knife and burning glass, and thus equipped he could not be at a loss. But as he never could be in want of food whilst oysters and other shellfish abounded, he resolved first to explore the island and to climb its highest point, which was a hill several 100 feet high, that hill from whose steeps the cataracts blew their trumpets. It must be his business to prepare the means of making a smoke should a sail heave into view. He wished to catch a sight of himself to judge of the extent of the injuries to his face, but there was no pool of water that was not blurred by the hurrying fingers of the wind. He got upon the shore and set out upon his adventures. This little principality was but a mile long, as you have heard, and 3/4 of a mile wide, and it was to be compassed and examined without much fatigue of walking. He climbed the hill and gained the summit, and the island lay below him in green and brown and grey, tender with verdure, and splendid with its mighty dazzle of foam on the southeast side, and the brilliant cream of the surf that roared upon its coral strand from north to right, around by west to south. It blew fresh up there where he was, and the salt song shrilled past his ears as though he was aloft in a squall on a top-gallant yard. There was a hollow a short distance down, and in that hollow he determined to collect the materials for a fire. But he was compelled to make many journeys before his heap for burning was collected and sufficient. There was no wood fit for his purpose on the hill, he cut and hacked with his knife, and painfully ascended with his arms full. But he did not cease in his toil until his work was ended, and then he sat down on the top of the hill to rest and muse and survey the sea line. He asked himself, "What is my chance of escape?" The island was far out of the track of steamers bound north or south. Nothing was likely to come that way but a ship blown out of her course, or a whaler to whom this island might be known for the purity and value of its fresh water. He had again and again looked at his chart before the shipwreck, and memory submitted a clear map of his situation to him. He understood with a sense of dismay that grew into consternation as he realized the magnitude of his ocean loneliness, that weeks, that months, nay, that even years might pass and find him, if alive, a captive on this shore. The weight of a reflection so enormous was crushing, and he said to himself, "Oh, my great God, it may happen as I fear!" And again his heart was rent by an insupportable pang of yearning for one, but for one companion only to speak to. This passionate desire caused him to scrutinize the coast and foreshore, of which he commanded the whole extent from where he sat. But he could not perceive the least signs of wreckage, or anything resembling a stranded human body. His spirits were so sunk that he found no heart to make grass lines for fishing that day, and until he laid himself down in the cleft in the side of the dell, he rambled aimlessly here and there, often sending a forlorn gaze seawards, sometimes sitting with his head bowed upon his folded arms, sometimes going to the river for a drink of water, twice to his rock for oysters. He looked at the trees for fruit, but saw none. Here on this island was vegetation that he had met with in other parts of the world. Some flowers, one of which he plucked, but it was without smell, though he afterwards discovered that this flower blew a very sweet perfume at nightfall and through the darkness, and likewise when the moon whitened the scene. The several growths were more or less familiar to him, for in his time Reynolds had visited many different parts of the globe, but in respect of knowledge he was like the boy who, in speaking of the letters of the alphabet, told the schoolmaster that he knew them by their faces, but not by their names. Next morning, which was another windy, sparkling, singing day, much like that which was gone, he fell to his task of making fishing lines after he had bathed and breakfasted. He cut some long grass and plaited it, but found that when it was in 6 or 8 strands it broke easily. He strolled to some of the trees, conceiving he might meet with some withe-like tendrils, and sure enough he discovered, coiled round the trunks of several dwarf trees in a little bit of wood near the dell, a parasitic growth of the thickness of the thong of a coach-whip, and as strong. He cut away one and uncoiled its embrace, and found himself equipped with a supple fishing line between 8 and 10 feet long, strong enough to have hanged him with. He was pondering how he should attach a limpet to the end of this creeper, when his eye was taken by a little collection of bush, in the midst of which he seemed to see a sort of darkness. He approached the bushes and found himself looking into the mouth of a cave. The aperture was scarcely obstructed by the growth which stood thick on either hand, leaving the mouth a sort of blackness when viewed from a distance. The entrance was a little more than the height of a man. Though a natural formation, the roof of the opening stood out from the slope of the land as though the invention of human labor. Reynolds went close and peered in, and as he stared a large sea-bird came sailing out. It looked like a ghost as it grew out of its own glimmering, and it hit Reynolds over the face with its wing. It would have knocked his cap off had he been covered. He started back in terror. The apparition was sudden and unexpected, and at the instant frightful to the man whose nerves were very low. But when following the thing with his eye, he perceived that it was a very large kind of seagull, white and grey in feathers, seemingly sick, for its flight was languid, and it sank upon the ground after a short excursion. His spirits rallied, and again he peered into the cave. He entered by several paces, and then stood stock still, awaiting the passage of another sea-bird, for this might be a kind of hospital for decayed ocean fowl. And then, his eyes growing used to the shadow, he found himself in a natural cavern running back from its mouth about 20 feet, sloping low at the extremity so as to oblige one who went there to crouch, but in the middle part tall enough to stand under, the walls about 8 feet apart. As his vision grew educated to the gloom, objects shaped themselves within its horizon, and he judged that this in its day had been the haunt of one man or more. The floor was hard and sandy, with a little dim sheen on it, as though it was bestrewn with grit which possessed a property of shining. On the left-hand side stood an old-fashioned sea-chest. Close against it, resting against the wall, was a shovel of a very elderly pattern. Upon the ground were a musket and a carpenter's axe. Reynolds went to the chest and found it locked. He picked up the axe, and, forcing the sharp corner of the cutting part betwixt the lid and the side, he prized the lid open. Indeed, it was something rotten, and not only did the wood split and yield very easily, but the metal of the lock and the screws and nails about it showed like old teeth, grinning and rusty. The chest was furnished with a shelf, in which he found a brass tobacco-box, some clay pipes, 3 spade guineas, and a few 5-shilling pieces, and some shillings, about 3 pounds of leaf tobacco bound in canvas and twine, a coil of copper wire, a roll of yellowing paper, and a flat pencil. In the chest were 2 pairs of cloth knee-breeches, several pairs of coarse grey stockings, 2 pairs of buckle shoes, 2 waistcoats, 1 coat, and a cloak with a chain to connect it at the throat. He judged the date of this apparel to be about 1800. On the lid of the chest were chiselled deep 2 letters, L.B. He looked about him for the remains of a man in the shape of human bones. Nothing in that way was to be seen. It was clear from the state of the chest that the cave had not been entered since the departure of the man or men who had used it. He conjectured that the furniture illustrated a story of shipwreck. Some men had come ashore from a foundered craft, bringing with them the sea-chest, the shovel, axe, and musket. Whether they had been taken off, or whether they had perished or rotted out of being on this island, was not to be gathered from their dumb memorials, and yet it warmed Reynolds with a little heat of cheerfulness to reflect that others had been here before him. The sense of previous life, though charged as that life might have been with dire suffering and a miserable ending, humanized the island. He again scrutinized this interior for signs of human remains, and then stepped out into the daylight, bearing with him the creeper he had cut from the tree. It is difficult to imagine any scene of human life more interesting than the spectacle of a man suddenly flung, by some such stress of destiny as shipwreck, from all the resources of civilization into the obligation of living as though he was something primordial, dwelling in a time that he knew not the plough, nor the blacksmith, nor the shop which calls itself stores. A man is cast almost naked upon an island coast. He is alone, a Crusoe, a Selkirk. How shall he feed and clothe and shelter himself? His needs must fire his ingenuity. The mongrel dog knows as well as the 2-legged customer the butchers of the town, and lives by snatching. A hungry, half-stripped man deals with nature as the mongrel with the butcher. He scrutinizes her, not in admiration of her divine skill, but for what he can steal from her to eat. Whether a princely nobleman would, as a castaway, suffer equally with a sweep in a like situation, might depend upon the state of his health. It would be true, perhaps, if it be said that we should take more interest in the struggles of his Grace to find a breakfast on a rock, or a supper in a tree, than in the labours of a man whom a bloater and a potato are a banquet. Outside the cave, Reynolds fell to considering his fishing line, and how he was to bait it with a limpet. And whilst he reflected, he constantly sent looks at the horizon, for at any moment the white star of a sail or the stain of a steamer's smoke might break the continuity of that everlasting girdle. Suddenly it entered his head to use the copper wire in the sea-chest. He re-entered the cave and took the wire from its shelf, brought a guinea to the cavern's mouth to examine it, went back and picked up some of the clothes and carried them out into the light. They were perhaps 100 years old, and almost rotten save the cloak, which, being made of some strong-ribbed material like corduroy, seemed as stout and promised to be as useful as though it was fresh from the sign of the board and shears. He left the clothes on the ground as worthless to him, and by the help of the axe he struck a nail from the ripped lock of the sea-chest and hammered it into the side of the cave and hung up the cloak. He brought the little parcel of tobacco to the light and cut it open, but the leaves within crumbled to powder when he touched them, and he threw the stuff away. Now, drawing forth the copper wire, he cut off a piece and passed it through the end of the creeper, turning it up into the shape of a hook, and thus armed, he made his way to the rock. This business occupied his mind and kept him a little away from melancholy. He took his meteorite, which lay on the shore near the rock, and struck at some limpets. These creatures adhere with so much tenacity that to detach one you must strike with a force of 62 pounds, that is to say, close upon 2,000 times its own weight. He baited his strange fishing line and dropped it into the water. In a few moments a fish of about 10 pounds floated up and swallowed the bait, and then Reynolds perceived that he had calculated amiss. He brought the fish to the surface, but when he tried to land it he drew the bait out of the creature's throat, and perceived, unless, Patagonian-wise, he could pass his hand or something else under the fish, his angling would be little more than a tickling. He must make a net stout enough to lift the fish on to the rock. He regained the island, leaving his line and the cucumber-shaped stone on the shore opposite the rock, and walked inland, with many a glance at the horizon. He easily understood what to do. He selected 2 boughs and curved them into a hoop, binding them with strong fibres of creepers. He then cut another bough for a handle, and this he skilfully secured to the hoop by cleaving one end of the stick and fitting the hoop into it, and securely binding it. He chose fibres of creepers for a mesh, and, cutting as much as he needed, sat down in the shadow of a tree and began to weave. It was now past noon. The sun was high and shone with great splendor upon the sea, which was full of the life of the fresh breeze. The booming of the surf was like the roaring of a city heard from a church-top. The sea-birds slanted and curved in lovely flight, and the waterfalls sparkled like quicksilver into the glory of foam at their foot. From time to time he would remit the diligent plying of his fingers to look seawards, and then around him. It was a kind of toil that suffered plenty of room for thought. His fancies flowed to his wife, and he said to himself, "Supposing she had consented to stay with me, and she had been saved with me only, and we two had found ourselves alone upon this island, how strange it would have been! How would I have cherished her! What delight should I have found in this imprisonment in providing for her wants! So that hereafter, should it have ever come to our being rescued, we should both recall this island as a happy garden, an ocean's gift of a dwelling for us whilst our honeymoon ran." He sighed, and his hands sank, and for some minutes he sat motionless with his eyes fixed upon the grass. The tree overhead sang and shivered and scintillated with little suns, and the taller shrubs and bushes were gay with nods and becks and wreathed smiles, as though there were a minstrelsy in the breeze which made them dance. A great quantity of mushrooms flourished in this island. Reynolds had peered at the trees for fruit, but it had not occurred to him to look upon the earth for food. His eye lighting on some mushrooms, it struck him that they would be good to eat and supply the absence of bread, and going to them he picked one, and knew enough of the vegetable world to distinguish at once the eatable fungus from the toadstool. He skinned some and ate them with relish. His work of weaving was not half ended when the dusk came. He had often dropped the job to climb a height and scan the sea, to walk to the river to drink, and twice to the rock for oysters. In that part of the world it was the season that corresponds with our July, and extremely warm. Indeed, the sun bit with a fang of fire, but the shadows cast by the trees were deliciously fanned by the fresh wind. Another night had come. He had no mind to occupy the cave. He was a sailor, accustomed to the wide freedom of the sea, and the idea of the natural bed in the dell, over which sparkled the firmament, pleased him better than the thought of the cave, which was a sort of sepulchre to his imagination, with its mute memorials of human life which had passed. He, however, entered it to fetch the cloak, which he spread on the floor of the fissure, and it made him, with the moss beneath, a softer couch than many he had dreamed deeply on at sea. Next morning, after bathing and breakfasting as before, he went to work again upon his landing net, which he completed in the early afternoon. Already the spirit of solitude was doing its work in him. His beard and mustache had sprouted, and accented a melancholy shadow in the hollows under his cheek-bones. He was bareheaded, and his hair lay wild. The wounds at the corner of his mouth and eye had healed. He was sensible that the sight of his left eye was affected, but he could not have imagined how great was the structural change in his face in consequence of the injuries. To be sure, when his mustache grew, the disfigurement at the corner of the mouth would be concealed, but the real transformation lay in the left side of his face, owing to distortion of the eyebrow and to a new expression of the eye, drawn by the pencils of the healed flesh. He had looked into some pools of water here and there, but in no silent surface even could he find an adequate portrait. The misery of his situation had already wrought in him, and was strangely visible in the infixed sadness of his looks. But it was not only his shipwreck, his being a lamentable castaway, his being so alone that, if he had been that last man described by the poet Campbell, he could not have been lonelier. There was memory to yellow and skeletonize what had otherwise been the green leaves of his mind. Even as he sat making his landing net, he would think of his wife and wonder why she had forsaken him, whether through some perversion of brain she had, when standing before the altar, conceived something in him, a quality of mind, a characteristic of person that had suddenly excited in her a deep and abiding loathing. Then, too, he mourned the death of his friend Featherbridge, and the shocking tragical extinction of the whole of the ship's company, for men who are cooped up for many long weeks together in a ship will take that colouring of sentiment which the sailor feels when he speaks of a messmate and a shipmate. All those men whom he had commanded, who had sprang readily to his order, who had proved dutiful and an excellent crew, for he was a sailor who knew how to treat sailors, were as clean gone out of life as the cloud that sailed 2 hours before across the sky. Here were thoughts to put a pang into every heartbeat, a sigh into every respiration. His fish-lifter was a basket rather than a net. He carried it to the rock and baited his line. The fish, unused to the sight of the human figure, and ignorant of the human character, exhibited a tameness that would have been as shocking to Reynolds as Cowper thought a like sort of indifference must have proved to Selkirk had he heeded it. They floated in various sized green and silver shapes beneath him, and scarce was the limpet under the water when a fine fish gorged it. Reynolds softly brought his prey to the surface, and then, quickly putting his basket under it, whipped the noble fish on to the rock, a prize of 15 pounds weight, where it sprang and gasped. This was a clever achievement, and Reynolds was sensible of a little heat of triumph. Whilst he watched his victim, he considered how he should cook him. His first idea had been to dig a pit for a furnace, which was now quite easy, as there was a shovel in the cave. Over this pit he proposed to arch a stout bough and hang by grass a steak of fish over the fire. He foresaw trouble, first because only the lower part of the fish would be baked, and next because the fire was certain to burn the grass lanyard and let the fish fall into the flames. But it now occurred to him to use the shovel for a frying pan. So, full of this business, he took up the fish and carried it to the mainland, and walked with it to the cave, where he placed it for safety, as he had no mind, after his labors, to be robbed by those insatiate gentry of the air, who were wheeling and curving over the sea, by the shore, and sometimes over the land. He laid hold of the shovel, and saw that it would serve very well indeed as a frying pan, after it had dug him an oven. He pulled off his coat and waistcoat, and placed them in the cave, and began to dig outside, and dug with such diligence as though he were a Trappist intent on his own grave, that in a very short time he had made a considerable square hole. He took care that it should be well in the sun, as he needed the fire of that luminary for his burning glass. He then collected a quantity of fuel, and set fire with his burning glass to some grass as dry as hay, and the fire burnt merrily. With the axe which was in the cave he cut wood into little logs, and presently the whole was glowing, and a delicate blue smoke was soaring and arching over when the wind took it like a feather. He thoroughly cleaned the inside of the shovel, then stepped into the cave and gutted his fish, and cut it into steaks, 2 or 3 of which he lay in the shovel, along with the creature's liver and some slices of mushroom. Next, going to the fire with his shovel thus furnished, he placed his queer frying pan upon the furnace, contriving that it should rest without his support, and with his knife he turned the slices of fish about, until one of the goodliest smells he had smelt for a long time past arose. For here was a fish wonderfully fresh and sweet from its native brine, resembling a cod, though the flesh looked like turbot. It was a real treat to the poor fellow, whose nature loneliness was coloring with a childlike simplicity, insomuch that presently he would be finding a joy in very little things, and a keen distress in trifles, as a prisoner long confined gets to love a spider, and tears his hair when it dies, or as a sailor after a long voyage takes delight or finds trouble in things whose triviality excites the wonder of the people he steps ashore amongst. A number of sea-birds flew in circles over his head whilst he cooked. When the meal was prepared, he plucked a large leaf for a tablecloth, and set a fried steak and mushrooms upon it, and fell to, scarcely missing salt. Maybe the sweat of his toil supplied that seasoning for his appetite. Never had he banqueted more sumptuously, and when he had drank from the river he felt strongly the force and truth of the line, "Man wants but little here below, even if he should want that little long." This day passed, and the next, and the hours moving into weeks swelled into a month, which was like to prove a 12-month and perhaps a lifetime, for all this man could tell, for never once, though he was ever on the watch, did he catch sight of a sail or the shadow of smoke. Constantly he would ascend the hill from the hollow where he had assembled the materials for a fire, and strain his sight until the balls of vision ached. He was now bearded and his mouth concealed by hair. Although no more than a month had passed, he looked as wild, pale, and ragged as any wretched pauper that one meets on a highway, with his skirts and ribbons, and limping in old boots, of which you shall presently meet one left in the middle of the road, discarded forever, an object very fit to muse upon. This brought him into the month of March. One night he had put himself away in his cleft, which he continued to occupy, as his first aversion to sleeping in the cave had by now, by the strain of melancholy that was in his mind, been changed into a sort of superstition, and as a lonesome man he was afraid to rest in that place. The moon was up, and her light shone in a fine silver haze in the dell. The night was still, the trees slumbered. The little white cloud on high lingered as though for the love of the glorious glowing star that gemmed its skirt. But old Ocean, perturbed by memories of wreck and ruin, tossed in her dreams and shouted as she drove her liquid shoulders at the island's step, and muttered moodily and hissed her own thoughts on the coral strand. The whiteness and coolness and calmness of the night brought Lucretia into Reynolds' mind, and he remembered his dream as she appeared to him with a light on her brow that froze his heart with lances of ice. He thought of her. Her eyes were a clear liquid dusk, within whose tender horizons admiration witnessed the passions, the sensibilities, the tastes it desired for so fine a figure of a woman. What was the truth? Her eyes were altars on which her spirit had placed the cold white lamps of chastity, lights which like the remote stars revealed themselves only and warmed and illuminated nothing. He lay thinking of his wife with his eyes upon the moon, which, with a considerable circle of sky over the dell, was visible to him in the position he occupied on that natural shelf. The moon stands as a symbol of purity. Such beautiful women as Lucretia should be viewed by the moonlight only. The moon stands as a symbol of desolation, and the words which Tennyson makes Lucretius use in his reference to the seat of the gods are strangely applicable to our satellite. Where never creeps a cloud or moves a wind, nor ever falls the least white star of snow, nor ever lowest roll of thunder mourns, nor sound of human sorrow mounts to mar its sacred everlasting calm. He fell asleep for about 2 hours, then opened his eyes, waking suddenly. The dell was still bathed in the moonshine, and he saw the figure of a man who was walking very slowly. Every bush cast its ebony shadow, but the figure of this man was shadowless. He was dressed in a long coat with side skirts of the old-fashioned sort, knee breeches and shoes, and held his hat in his hand. His face in the moonlight was pale and full, and it was without hair. He was bald, with flowing hair falling from the semicircle it made at the back of his head between his ears. Reynolds' heart beat hard. He stared, and if that which was perceptible to him had been visible to an onlooker, it would have been difficult for him to decide which was the stranger sight, the face of the living man in that cleft, or the apparition he watched. He took notice again that it was shadowless, whilst at the foot of every bush slept its ebon ghost. He threw his legs over and got out and stood looking at the shape as it walked, approached a step with his heart thundering like the swell against the cliff in his ear, stood still and looked, and found he was alone. Slowly he turned his eyes round the dell. The vision of the brain had vanished. He was awed and terrified. He perfectly understood that what he had beheld was an illusion, and he conceived that it was a sign he was losing his reason. Or could it be that he had dreamt vividly that he had seen a ghost and had left the ledge to watch it, and it had disappeared because he awoke, having quitted his bed in his sleep, with the dream working in his head? He was without superstition. He had never believed in ghosts. He knew that what had stalked in the dell was an imagination, a deceit, a coinage of some brain cell that had mutinied and irresponsibly acted. But for the rest of the night he could not sleep, nor for many days afterwards could he shake off the horror that that vision of the dell was a premonition of madness. Wherein he proved that not then, at all events, was he mad, for he was unwittingly following the logic of Coleridge, who said, "If I see a figure enter a room and know that it is unreal, I am not mad. But if I start and believe it real and behave, whether by accost or by other conduct, as though it were an actual entity, I am mad." The poet's reasoning ran to this effect, not quite in these words. It was certainly very strange that the shape should have been attired in the costume in the sea chest in the cave. Yet it might easily have been that the irresponsible brain cell, in indulging in this freak, would select the garb and figure a presentiment of one who was perhaps the last man who had lived on this island. The months rolled on, and Reynolds remained alone. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 7. The Boat's Crew. Came September 14, 1891, a bright, cool morning, making it 7 months and rather more since Captain Francis Reynolds was flung ashore, bruised, bleeding, and insensible on the uninhabited island of Santos Cristos, there to languish, during which time he had never once set eyes on a sail of a ship or the smoke of a steamer by day, whatever may have passed in the night. He knew not the day nor the month. In 7 months he had not spoken. No, there was not even a dog nor a parrot for him to address. Sometimes in the beginning he would speak aloud to himself, fearful lest his voice should perish by disuse. But he neglected this custom later on and never broke the silence, not even when he put up a prayer for mercy and deliverance. He was now presenting the most grotesque and uncouth appearance that could be imagined. His hair had turned gray and streamed far down his back, like that of the Welsh bards of yore. A considerable beard had grown, and his cheeks and his mouth and half of his breast were concealed by hair. His left eye was dim and stained, and his vision was so weak that when he looked through it alone, closing the other eye, he could barely distinguish the outline of a tree 50 feet distant. And all about that side of his head was the puckered flesh and distorted bone and defacing wound. He was much burnt by exposure to the sun, but the mahogany was not the healthy brand of the sky and sea blistered sailor. There was mixed with it a sort of ashiness, which produced a complexion impossible to convey in words. His clothes and boots were sadly broken. Unhappily, the shoes in the sea chest were too small for him. He presented indeed a most melancholy, shocking figure, stooped, suggesting by attitude and motion a perpetual hopelessness at heart that would have moved the most soulless to witness. On the morning named, he left the fissure, which he had continued to occupy, having outlived the trouble of the ghost who had never again appeared, and made his way slowly to the Horseshoe River, where he drank and washed, and then came back to the cave, where lying in the shovel were some cutlets of cooked fish. He took one and sat down outside the cave and began to eat. Whilst he was eating, he chanced to cast his eye up at the slope above the dell and beheld a man. The man stood looking at him. He wore a fur cap and sleeved waistcoat and pilot cloth breeches. The arm with which Reynolds was feeding himself was blasted as though struck by lightning. The whole man was turned into an inimitable effigy of stone. The morning, as had been said, was bright and cool. The splendor of the sun was far-reaching. The life of the earth, of the ocean, of the heavens, was in the bending and swaying of plants, in the movement of the boughs of the trees, in the sparkling fall of cataracts, in the resounding organ notes of the sea, in the speeding of clouds. Yonder, then, surely was no ghost. "Hallo!" shouted the man. "Who are you down there?" Then, turning, he bawled with the sharp of his hand at his mouth. "I say, mates, there's a man down there, eating his breakfast, looking as though he belonged to the island." Then again addressing himself to Reynolds, he cried, "Are you English? How long have you been here?" And with that he stepped out to approach him. Even as he walked, the forms of several other men appeared on the rise which he had quitted. Reynolds rose. The piece of fish he was eating fell. He was trembling violently. His features worked as though in convulsion. As the man approached him, a wild smile irradiated his face as though a beam of electric light had been passed over it, and he dropped upon the ground in a fit. The men who were collected about him were 7 in number. 6 were manifestly sailors. The 7th was a strange and striking-looking personage, about 6 feet tall, broad, and so stout about the chest that he seemed to be padded. He was bearded and looked about 50 years of age. He had a large, full, mild face, rather protruding eyes, bland, like a cow's, with intellect and thought in their residual expression. "Has he dropped dead for the joy at the sight of us?" said one of the sailors. "I've heard of such things." "How long has he been here, I wonder?" said another. "Turn him over," exclaimed the tall man, pronouncing these few words with great deliberation and slight Irish accent. "Poor fellow," he exclaimed, looking at Reynolds, whose face, though calm in the oblivion of the brain, was pregnant with pathos and the appealing expression the spirit of solitude had chiseled upon it. "Is he dead, sir, do you think?" said a man. The tall personage stooped and felt Reynolds' wrist and said, "No. I guess by his appearance that he's been here many weeks." "Why, ain't that a cave?" said a man. "That's the pit he uses for cooking," exclaimed another. 3 or 4 of the sailors left Reynolds to the tall men, and 2 who stayed and entered the cave. They peered in warily, then entered. They blinked a bit before they could fairly see, and then one said, "See, that's their shovel. Gord's life, that's how he cooked his food. See the bits of fish in it? Bullies." "A regular castaway, and no blooming mistake," said another. "Here's his old chest," cried one, "with his letters cut on it. Why, whoever sees a chest like this nowadays? How old is he?" "Why, this old chest's all of 100 years old, you lay." He opened the lid. As we know, Reynolds had removed the clothes. "Why, see here," continued the man, taking up one of the buckled shoes. "This is what they wear when they dress up for old men in stage plays. Shoes of this pattern hadn't been worn for a century." "And look at this old gun lying down there," exclaimed another. "My grandfather had a piece like that, and it belonged to his grandfather. So how old is that gun, I should like to know?" "Ain't that a yarn," said a man, "about a Dutchman who fell asleep upon the top of a mountain when he was young and came down bald with a long beard and found everybody he had known dead and gone years and years? There wasn't even anybody as he might have owed money to alive to ask him for it." A man lifted the lid of the shelf. "What's this?" said he, picking up a guinea. It was examined by the others, whilst the first man scrutinized the silver. "It's good money," said a man. "More here than a month's pay by a long chalk. The dating of it'll tell you how old it is. What's the latest number?" "Here's a bit marked in 1801, explained the sailor, talking in the better light at the mouth of the cave. "Poor old man," said the others. They replaced the money and went out. Reynolds was just then coming to. He was fetching his breath with difficulty and opening and shutting his eyes.
"There's evidence in that cave, Mr. Goodhart," said the sailor, in the sleeved waistcoat and fur cap, "that this man can't be less than 130 years old." "What do you mean?" asked one of the men who had stayed. "Go and look for yourself," was the answer. "There's a musket that's over 100 years old. His sea chest just as ancient. The youngest of his money is marked 1801. Reynolds opened his eyes, gave 2 or 3 gasps, made an effort to sit up, was helped by the man who had been called, Mr. Goodhart, into a sitting posture, rolled his eyes with tokens of astonishment and of a spirit kindling into transport, tried to speak, muttered water, and then continued to stare around upon the men. "Where's fresh water to be got?" asked the man in the waistcoat. Reynolds pointed to the Cascades. "What's it to be brought in?" continued the man. It did not seem that Reynolds could speak until he had drank. "One went to the cave and came back saying there was nothing that could hold water in it. Run down to the boat for the soup and bully can, one of you," said Mr. Goodhart. A man procured this can, went into the river, and returned. During his absence, the sailors, who thought Reynolds 130 years old, gazed at him with the emotions of a boy who views a mummy. The man who brought the water exclaimed, "Oyster shells had been used for drinking with down at that river, a blamed sweet river. It begins up there," said he, pointing at the Cascades, "and it's like watching fire engines a-playing. Go and taste it. Nicest drop of water I ever swallowed." Whilst this was being said, Reynolds drank, and the draught liberated his voice. He strained his sight at the only piece of sea that was visible from the place they occupied, and said, "Where's your ship?" "At the bottom of the sea," answered Goodhart, and then with a singularly cordial manner, very gentle and charming, with kindness, he said, "Pray, what might be your name?" "Francis Reynolds." "How long have you been here?" Reynolds struggled with his memory and replied, "I have lost all tally of weeks." "Today," said Goodhart, "is September 14th, 1891. "My ship," answered Reynolds, "was lost, and I was cast ashore here on February 2nd, 1891. Silently and secretly computing, he was overwhelmed by the magnitude of his time of loneliness. "What was your ship?" "The Flying Spur." "A steamer?" "No." "Were you a passenger?" "I was her master." At this the sailor stared at him with an attention which was tinctured with visible color of respect. "Her master," explained Goodhart. "Are you the only survivor?" "The only survivor." Life was brisker in him now, and memory quickened, and he began to talk. There had been times when he believed he should, by long enforced silence, lose the power of articulation. He spoke well, with fluency, for this man, through reading and reflection, was a master of an ample vocabulary. The sailors knew that they were in the presence of a gentleman and an educated man, and they ceased to think him 130 years old. Goodhart followed the narrative with sympathy and earnest attention. "The life belt I came ashore in is somewhere about," said Reynolds. "My ship's name is on it. What's your story?" "I'm going for a drink of fresh water," said a sailor. "What's there good to eat on this island?" asked the man in the sleeved waistcoat. "Plenty of fish and oysters. No fruit nor vegetables, saving mushrooms," answered Reynolds. "What's your story, sir?" The man went roaming off in ones and twos, and Goodhart sat down beside Reynolds. "We've not been arrived above an hour," said he. "I was a passenger in the ship, and the only passenger. She was the bark Esmond, of 900 tons, bound from Sydney to Valparaiso, and thence to San Francisco. Her captain was a man named Mordaunt, and his wife and child were on board. But I was the only passenger in the sense of paying for the cabin. I was at sea when a boy. My health needed a successive change of climates, so, knowing Mordaunt, who was a very good fellow, I hired a cabin in the Esmond, intending to make my way from San Francisco to New York, and so to England. 3 days ago we were in a collision with a large steel sailing ship, which cut us down on the starboard bow and made off in the gloom of the evening and vanished. The water gained upon us, but we held on till yesterday evening, when the ship was within half an hour of foundering. This gave us time to lower the boats and stock them. The captain went with his wife and child and a little crowd. There was another boat and ours. The man who fetched the water for you was the boatswain. We lost sight of the other boats in the night, and this island shone out upon us this morning when the sun rose. You have been 7 months here," he added, looking slowly around him. "Am I to believe that no ship has ever come within sight of this island in all that time?" "I vow to God," answered Reynolds, "that I have not once caught sight of a sail or smoke." "But surely," said Goodhart, "an island almost directly in the way of the course shaped by vessels bound from Australia to South Chilean ports must often be passed by ships." "Never have I seen one," cried Reynolds, "though conceive the sort of lookout a man in my situation would keep." Goodhart looked very pensive. Reynolds cried rapturously in a sudden hurry of joy. "How often have I exclaimed to myself, if I had but one to speak to," and laying hold of Goodhart's hand, he bowed his head. Goodhart viewed the poor fellow with a most noble and touching expression of pity that seemed to lie upon his face like a sort of holy light, as though there was something divine in the spirit within him, and that shone in his face as one could conceive of a saint, or of the Redeemer. Goodhart viewed the poor fellow with a most noble and touching expression of pity that seemed to lie upon his face like a sort of holy light, as though there was something divine in the spirit within him, and that shone in his face as one could conceive of a saint or of the Redeemer, not to speak profanely, when he addressed soothing words. Reynolds released his hand, and Goodhart looked towards the cave, asked, "Do you sleep here?" "No. My bed is yonder, in a crack in the embankment of that dell. This island has been occupied. I found some old relics of human habitation in that cave." "How have you lived?" "I have taken fish and drank that water," answered Reynolds, directing his eye at the Cascades. "When do you mean to start?" "I shall not trust my life to an open boat," answered Goodhart. "This is solid land, and I intend to remain to be taken off." Reynolds looked startled. "You will not surely remain alone here?" "1,000 times over, sooner than take the risk of an open boat. Consider," said Goodhart, speaking with great deliberation, with a slight Irish accent. "When we were in the boat, we found that she was without mast or sail." "Ho!" explained Reynolds. "We hailed the nearest boat to be taken in tow, but I don't think she heard us. The night came along so fast that until the moon shone, the sea absorbed the boats like bits of ebony afloat on ink. Next, our breaker held 6 gallons only. Now you are one of us, and think of what a breaker containing 6 gallons for 8 men in a rowing boat and a great ocean to measure. Think what such a thing signifies." "But I beg your pardon, sir. You are a sailor." "I quite agree with you. The risk is enormous," said Reynolds, "but surely it is preferable to this imprisonment." "No, because I am quite certain that ships do at times come within sight of this island," said Goodhart, mildly but firmly. "It is a coincidence that nothing should have appeared during your stay here. Probably within the next few days something may come along and take us off. My heart is weak. I have suffered for years from that organ and shall die of it, if nothing else kills me. Exposure, the horrible suffering of thirst would make haste to do their work with me, and I shrink from the idea of my body being thrown over the gunwale of the boat by those sailors, and I have my reasons for choosing a possible sentence of imprisonment here that may run into months, rather than take my chance in an open sailor's boat with 7 comrades and a beaker of 6 gallons. And what to eat to last us if we are not soon picked up or make the land? We must rig up a mast," said Reynolds. "Where's the sail to come from?" exclaimed Goodhart. "The sailors must stitch their shirts together," answered Reynolds. "Have you got needles and thread here?" "None." "Nothing in which fresh water could may be stored?" Reynolds considered and answered, "Nothing." "The sight of these waterfalls makes me thirsty," said Goodhart, who rose and walked with Reynolds to the bank of the river where the bright water foamed. Here Reynolds had placed several large oyster shells for his own conveniences, and these made good sources for dipping and drinking. The men had drank and had lounged down to the beach for oysters and shellfish. "This is delicious water," exclaimed Goodhart. "It sinks sweet and cold to one's very marrow, like the flavor of a banana after a long voyage." "Ah, I have found it sweet and a good medicine," exclaimed Reynolds. "A few weeks ago I received an ugly visit from an old friend of mine, Mediterranean fever. I might guess my own temperature, about 104, and a slow pulse, not the pulse of fever, and a weary throbbing headache, and a thirst which scarcely those waterfalls," said he, looking up, "were able to quench. And with the chance of that fever recurring at any moment, as its habit is," said Goodhart, "you would trust yourself in a boat without sails, containing 8 men and a beaker of 6 gallons?" Reynolds looked down upon the ground thoughtfully. There could be no doubt that his mind had been weakened by solitude and suffering, mental and physical, and he was in a state when he was to be swayed, and not with difficulty. There had been a time, it would have been the same with him now had he been alone, when could it have been said to him, "There is an open boat in the fishing creek of yours. She is without mast or sail, and in her bow is a little cask that holds 6 gallons of fresh water." He would have fried fish in his shovel with incomparable dispatch, hove into the boat, afraid of oysters and mushrooms, if the season yielded them, and had gone away with a hymning heart, taking its chance by sculling her out to drift into a deliverance, taking its chance of the most lonely, the most God-forsaken death a man can die, sooner than remain locked up, a broken, solitary, speechless, and hopeless prisoner in this island solitude. "I should like to look into that cave," said Goodhart, and together they went in. Goodhart entered and gazed about him as a man might who inspects a room he has a mind to rent, when the sight was used to the gloom. Goodhart examined the contents of the shelf in the chest, peered at the little bundle of clay pipes, looked at the old musket and buckled shoes. "It makes one think of the old buccaneers," said he. "I should say, with you, the date is about 1800. They did not maroon men then, though it is true that the captain of a man-of-war sent a seaman named Jeffries ashore to perish as fast as he could. He was rescued, and did well on the merits of his sufferings." "Who was the owner of this chest?" said he, viewing the letters on the lid. "I remember at Bath Abbey looking down upon the pavement and seeing a memorial stone from which the lettering had been totally effaced, saving the single word Esquire, ESQ. Of such is the pomp and importance of a man. I once saw the owner of this chest walking in the dell by the moonlight," said Reynolds. "The bushes made a shadow, but no shadow walked with the man. He never again returned, and I was glad." "Oh, what can equal loneliness as a vision breather?" exclaimed Goodhart. "And yet," he continued gravely, regarding the old sea chest, "I don't know, Captain Reynolds, why the illusions of the brain should be more unreal than the ideas we receive from our sensations. We are beset with mysteries vaster and more profound than ghosts. They are so familiar that few give them thought. Yet though we walk in the sunshine, no man knows what brightness is, no man what heat is. We slumber, but no man knows what sleep is. We don't know why the invented image upon the retina should be accepted right side up by the brain. We believe that time is a thing measurable by the flight of the heavenly bodies, and that it would cease if the sun stood still. But we do not know what fills the interval, sun or no sun, between our leaving a chair and reaching a door, or quitting Liverpool and arriving at Boston." This was a form of speculation very much in Reynolds' way, and he watched the speaker with interest. "Where do you catch fish?" said Goodhart. Reynolds replied, and they walked together to the creek. A boat of a whaling pattern lay snug in the little harbor, betwixt the fishing rock and the shore. Reynolds started at the sight of her. "Oh, my God!" he exclaimed softly. "How often I have dreamt of such a thing! The open boat stands next to the raft in my catalogue of direst horrors of the deep," exclaimed Goodhart. "A man in the boat handling provisions to the rest of the fellows ashore, one or two of whom were already seated and eating. Those stood up when Goodhart and Reynolds approached. Presently the whole company was seated and eating. They had drunk plentiful and did not want water. To Reynolds, after months of oysters and fried fish, the tinned meat and ship's biscuits were delicious. "I beg pardon," said the waistcoated man, whom we shall call Boatswain. "Do you catch your fish with hooks and lines?" Reynolds explained how he caught fish, and added that he would catch some for them presently. "Please, Captain, how far off's Chile?" inquired a sober-looking young sailor. "All 300 miles," answered Reynolds. "What are the ports, sir?" asked another, for Reynolds had been a master of a ship, and these seamen naturally looked up to him as a navigator. "Santiago, Valdivia, Valparaiso, and some smaller ports," was the reply. "Ain't Joan Ferdinand's knocking about close by somewhere?" inquired the boatswain. "It's as distant as the coast of Chile from this island," responded Reynolds. "How are you going to make a port without a sail?" said Goodhart. "My answer to Mr. Goodhart was, 'Let the men take their shirts,'" said Reynolds, "and connect them into a sail with fibres of creepers." "I'm afraid," said the boatswain, with a slow shake of his head, "that such a sail 'ud blow away from its yard in the first bit of wind like smoke from a baccy pipe." "Have you got a compass?" asked Reynolds. "No," answered Goodhart. "How are you going to find your way along?" inquired Reynolds. Goodhart shrugged his shoulders. "By the sun and by other bodies in the heavens, as others had done in their day," said the boatswain. "I'm for keeping all fast and giving ourselves a chance of a ship passing and making for her in the boat," said a sailor. "Yes," exclaimed Goodhart, with a warm nod of approval. "But," said the boatswain, "here's Captain Reynolds been 7 months and never sighted a vessel. Though I reckon you kept a sharp lookout, sir. I climbed that hill 2 or 3 times a day." "A lookout? But my sight is not as it was." "You see," said a sailor, "that we are shipwrecked men. I've lost all but what I'm a-sitting in, and I want to go ashore and begin again. I don't take on to the notion of tarning crab or cockle, and that's what a man becomes who lives without wages or clothes or a house in the islands of this shore." Murmurs of approval attended this delivery. "I'll show you how to catch fish," said Reynolds. He fetched his fishing line and landing basket, which he kept snug in a little hole on the mainland, and showed the men what they were made of. He took his meteorite and hammered off the requisite bait. Goodhart and the sailors watched him with profound interest. This was the product of bitter experience, the reality of human need and suffering on nature's own stage. No delusive coinage of imagination such as a dramatist might introduce in a sea play. A fish took the bait readily, and Reynolds landed a 20-pounder of the cod species in his basket, to the admiration of the seamen. "It bloomed clever," said one of them. "Durned if I should have thought of it." "Is it your own idea, Captain?" inquired Goodhart. "The Patagonians fish like this," was the answer. "A couple of you had better turn to," said the boatswain, "and cut lines after that pattern, and I'll make another landing bank, which'll be enough." Nothing more was said about stopping or going. The boatswain asked Reynolds if there was a piece of sailcloth in the cave, or any other stuff in the island fit to make a sail of. Reynolds told him there was not a rag except the old cloak that wrapped him at night and the clothes they wore. Some now went to work to make lines. 1 or 2 searched the island for anything that might prove useful to them, particularly for anything in which water might be stored for a boat voyage. But Reynolds could have easily told them that this quest must prove worthless. He and Goodhart went to a green slope under a tree and sat down. The autumn vegetation clothed the island with many beautiful and some glowing tints. The season's growth of mushrooms was plentiful. Wildflowers with petals blue and crimson and orange blew a small fragrance into the air. Reynolds again took notice of the peculiar bulkiness of Goodhart's figure. It was as though he wore stays or was padded. His attire consisted of a yachting cap, a double-breasted round cloth cloak, and dark cloth trousers. He wore a wedding ring on his little finger and a large signet ring on his right forefinger. When he seated himself now, he unbuttoned his coat, and discovered a dark red waistcoat with gilt buttons. A heavy gold chain lay upon it, and when he drew out his watch, Reynolds saw that it was fine and very valuable gold timepiece. "I never thought," said Goodhart, "that I should be wrecked on a desolate island. I believe I hankered after something of the sort when I was a boy. You have been sharing the experiences of Robinson Crusoe. To what degree does your practice correspond with Defoe's imagination?" "I should have been glad," answered Reynolds, "had a ship been stranded within rafting distance, full of everything that I wanted. It is easy for writers of romances to oblige their castaways by wrecking ships, not only to feed and clothe, but to put plenty of money in their pockets. Your reckoning makes out that I have been here 7 months, and I have never caught sight of even the royals of a ship, and no more smoke than you can now see." "You missed Man Friday," said Goodhart. "Yes," said Reynolds with a faint smile. "I could have put up with somebody to fish with, to have made signs to, even if he no speaky. Are you married, sir?" Reynolds slightly bowed. "Any children, may I ask?" Reynolds gravely shook his head. "A wife in England, waiting and hoping." "Ah," said Goodhart, with a face of abstraction, as though he thought aloud. "None but the sufferer know the pathos, the pang of the heartache, the depth of human sigh, the bitterness of human tear contained in that one awful word, missing. But, Captain Reynolds, I have faith in the direction of the drift and in the issues of life. It does so happen at the end that things have shaped themselves for our good. If you are spared to look back upon this incident of your career, you will find a circumstance of good in it, a gem set in a crown of thorns and nettles, which you could have done without, and would not have forfeited for 20-fold more of suffering than you have endured. Are you married, Mr. Goodhart?" "This was her ring," Goodhart answered, taking between his thumb and forefinger the wedding ring on his little finger. "It was enlarged to fit me. It was her wish that I should wear it and be buried in it. She died in childbed. I am as absolutely alone, Captain, in this wide universe of correlations as you were yesterday." "It's the happiest state of life," exclaimed Reynolds. "Nobody to work for, nobody whose future must be your bitter business, nobody who by misconduct could disgrace your honorable name, nobody to... He looked away to the miles of ocean recess, into the miles of hollow blue there, and the figure of Lucretia shaped itself before his mental vision. He started, and found Goodhart observing him intently. "Is that an old scar, Captain, at your eye?" "No. When I came to after being flung ashore here, I found my brow cut and bleeding, and my mouth injured. The blow has affected the sight of the damaged eye, and it may be, I hope, it may be that ships hull down have passed and I have not seen them. I have tried to catch a sight of myself in a pool of water, but never could distinguish such an image as could give me the view I want. Am I much distorted?" "That can only be answered by one who knew you before you were injured. You have grown a fine length of hair," said Goodhart, with his placid, kindly smile. "I venture to say you did not give that fathom of locks to the breeze on your quarter-deck." "Nor this," said Reynolds, grasping his beard. "If you stay here, time will adorn you too." "I am not to be disturbed by the idea of hair," said Goodhart. "Nothing shall induce me to venture my life in that boat we arrived in. Good heavens, look what a mighty surface the ocean is! What a contemptible atom, a microscopic monad, is an open boat, a vibrio of the deep which the passing telescope shall easily miss. Now it is a fact, whether credible or not, that when these two men's conversation had reached this point, it was interrupted by a fellow who was halfway up the hill of Cascades, bellowing as though for his life, while he flourished his hand in ecstasy of gesture in the direction of the southeast horizon. "Sail ho! Sail ho!" he bawled, in a note that fell as clear upon the ear as the song of a lark in the sky. Reynolds sprang to his feet. "What's that he says?" he shouted, rounding to look up at the man. "Sail ho! Sail ho!" yelled the fellow, and some figures of his shipmates went scrambling up to him. "Go and judge for yourself, Captain Reynolds," said Goodhart. "My weak heart will not allow me to attempt that hill." End of Chapter 7. Recording by Gary Oldman, Middletown, New York. Chapter 8 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 8. Conversations and Confidences. Reynolds started to climb the hill, stepping fast. He gained a group of sailors who all pointed at the sea together as he came and explained nearly in one voice, "There she is, sir." Far out upon the sea hung what might have seemed to a landsman a rising star, pale as the pearl of the moon when she floats in the blue of the day. But the sailors knew that speck of light to be a ship which way standing they could not tell. Reynolds looked, but could not see her. "There she is, sir." "Ah!" They might point, but Reynolds failed to perceive her. "You have no doubt she is a ship," said he, with the look of a blind man, as he turned his face upon the seaman. "Oh, yes, sir, that's the sail of a ship, right enough," answered the boatswain, who had dropped his task of plaiting a mesh to view the ship from the hillside. "Can you see our boat down there, sir?" "Why, of course, clear enough, and I dare say I shall be able to see that ship if she lifted her hull," answered Reynolds. Again he strove with his eyes at the sea line, and he saw nothing but the junction of heaven and water. "It may be that vessel have passed within sight, but at a great distance, and I have not seen them," said he. "She is too far off to be of any good to us," said one of the men, with a nod at the sail. "But it's clear that this island is sighted, and as I was a-saying down below there, I'm for keeping all fast and giving ourselves a chance before we agree to take what is to come by putting to sea without a sail." "And with a beaker holding 6 gallons only," said Reynolds. "Aye," said the boatswain. "It ought to be a vat. You'll find plenty of fuel laid ready for a smoke up in the hollow there," said Reynolds, pointing to the place he meant. "Day to day I have seen to that, but never a chance was given me to fire it." "What do you get fired from, sir?" asked the boatswain. Reynolds pulled out his burning glass. "Can you still see her?" he asked. "Oh, yes," answered one of the men, "but she's passing away. She's dying out." One remained to watch and report. Reynolds rejoined Goodhart. "I'm not surprised that you shouldn't see her," said Goodhart. "You generally find that the vision of one eye sympathizes with that of the other. And how far distant is she, do you think?" "Why, we should command a view of 25 miles up there, and she's just in sight, the men say, and fading," said Reynolds. "Well," answered Goodhart, "her appearance determines me to stop. I'm convinced that an island situated as this is must be frequently sighted and occasionally visited. What do you say now to the chance supplied you by a passing ship and a fast boat to get at her, and nothing but the same boat, without mast or sail, and a 6-gallon keg?" "Oh, Mr. Goodhart, you have not yet had 7 months of it," answered Reynolds, with a sort of sick shudder. "But you're alive, sir, and well, and you need but a barber and a tailor to return to the aspect you have doffed. But an open boat? Figure 3 weeks, and all the fresh water gone, and the fevers come upon you again." Mr. Goodhart added blandly, but with a deliberation that made you understand that the teeth of his mind were set, "I stay here, and I hope these men won't be foolhardy enough to quit the island unless to pursue a ship. They look at the hill, and I saw the man who had been left to watch coming down, whereby they knew that the distant vision of light had vanished. The men passed the day in fishing, cooking, preparing the cave with conchas and bolsters of grass for the night. The river was just a walk, for this was, as we know, but a little island 1 mile long and 3/4 wide, and if a man felt thirsty, he could slake his thirst in a few minutes in the sweet, cold water that came down the hill in silver hawsers and foamed in glory where the little river began. A fine night came along this, the first night of Goodhart and the men of the Asmund's visit. They had some plug tobacco amongst them, and there were pipes of the year 1800 or thereabouts in the old sea chest. A coat that had been taken from the chest by Reynolds and cast and left upon the floor of the curb proved as good as tinder. They cut off a piece, and Goodhart gave them a wax match out of a silver box, with which they set fire to the piece of old coat. This glowed long enough to enable them to smoke and relight and smoke again. Goodhart and Reynolds walked together upon the white beach that streamed before and behind them like ivory in the clear light of the moon. Their shadows marched black at their sides. The sea under the moon quivered with her light. The air was filled with the solemn roar of the bursting surge southeast, and with the cymbals of the cataracts threading with metallic music the delicate orchestra of the wind in the dark vegetation, and with the weary voice of the wheeling breakers rolling into foam upon the sand. As they paced, Goodhart talked of himself. My father, he said, was a clergyman who had made a living in Ireland. Do I call it a living? God help him. We were so poor that unless he caught a hare for dinner, we went without a midday meal. Of all forms of poverty, the poverty of the poor clergyman is the most distressful, for he cannot lie in hiding as a retired serviceman might. He must go about. His linen must be clean, his apparel decent. He must have words of sympathy and even a trifle in the money when, as God knows, he grievously wants these things himself. He had but 2 children, myself and my sister. She was a girl sweet to the sight as a plum tree in May. But the good die first, said Wadsworth, and she was carried off by a galloping consumption. I did not choose to starve at home, so I made my way to Waterford and got a berth as a cabin boy and cook's mate in a crazy old brig called the Emerald Isle. She was a coaster, and the soft tack we got was not half so soft as the hard weather was hard. I afterwards shipped as an ordinary seaman in a bark commanded by a Yankee, who was without doubt the greatest outrage upon the image of God that was ever perpetuated by those dangerous Confederates against the peace of the world. I mean man and woman. I fled from this scoundrel at Boston and shipped for Australia, where, in company with nearly the whole crew, I ran. I found work and made a little money and married. Oh, Captain Reynolds, it is hard to love and lose, to love well and lose irremediately. I have loved and lost and know what you mean, answered Reynolds. But your wife lives. Tell me your story, Mr. Goodhart. It is told. I lingered in Australia, then made up my mind to return to England and die there. I think I explained why I chose the Esmond. Did nothing belong to your ship, a body, or what the law holds more precious, goods come ashore? Nothing. I looked for a corpse. My ship's sole relic is the person who speaks to you. Do you lose much by this disaster? More than I can afford. I am a poor man. Goodhart halted and looked at the sea. It is a mighty cemetery, he said. There is no foaming head of billow that should prove one too many as a gravestone for the dead in the deep. I can't but think drowning one of the most painful forms of death. The agony may be brief, but, whilst it is with you, I have some time during my loneliness, said Reynolds, as they resumed their walk, tried to disturb my mind by conjecturing whether we suffer pain after death. Goodhart's head slowly shook in the moonshine. A man dies, continued Reynolds, and a new form of vital activity begins. His body changes into chemicals, gases, and the like. Are these changes accompanied by sensation? Sensations can exist without the consciousness of sensation, as we know from the circumstances that sensation occupies an appreciable time to travel from any given part of the body to the brain. If there is no consciousness to receive sensation, said Goodhart, it is not present, so far as we are concerned, and therefore, when we die, pain ends. I forget the speed of sensation, said Reynolds. Helmholtz, answered Goodhart, computes it at about 70 feet a second. Yes, I remember, exclaimed Reynolds, so that if you should let fall a paving stone on the bunion of a giant 70 feet tall, a second would elapse before his brain received the news. Another appreciable interval must be allowed to enable the molecules of the brain to adjust themselves for the reception of the report, and another second must pass whilst the brain is telegraphing to the foot to kick or stamp. Sensation, therefore, in this case, is present without consciousness. Why not in a human corpse that is undergoing all sorts of transmutations? The times have been that when the brains were out, the man would die, and there an end, answered Goodhart. I do not care whether I am to have sensation or not after I am dead. I only desire to understand that I shall not feel. You remarked this morning, Mr. Goodhart, that we are beset with mysteries, said Reynolds. What is more absolutely impenetrable than the mystery of sensation? We are told that it is merely the translation of the vibration of an object into consciousness in us. But why that consciousness should be clothed, the vibration with form, color, music, flavor, fragrance, softness or hardness, heat or cold, and the countless conditions of life, spiritual and physical, is God's secret and apparently must forever be so. I answer you thus, said Goodhart. We have 5 senses, and all the qualities and inherent conditions of the objects we hear, see, and feel, and so on, make individual appeals to us through these senses. The objects are there, and they report themselves as there. For if they were not there, what news could vibration vehicle? I have no shadow of a doubt that, outside what we know of objects such as their perfume, brightness, shape, color, and so on, are attributes and qualities of which we know nothing, and we can know nothing, owing to the limitation of our senses. Could a man err in plucking a flower and saying, there is more in this than meets the eye, or the touch, or the smell? This is a strange platform for the discussion of such things, said Reynolds. I judge as a sailor you have been a student, Captain Reynolds. Well, yes, I have read and I have thought. The night watch at sea finds you leisure for the latter. Does it not occur to you, said Goodhart, that the mere circumstance of the Esmond having gone down within a night's pull of this island should convince us that ships must pass within sight? Yes, and that sail today is hopeful, answered Reynolds. But I do assure you, keen as my lookout has been, that in 7 months I have seen nothing. After a little more talk of this kind, they went to rest for the night, Reynolds to his bed in the dell, and Goodhart to the cave. The men had prepared grass beds for all hands. The moon shone bright, and Goodhart easily found the mouth and entered. It was very black within. He struck a wax match, not knowing where his couch of grass was. Dim outlines of sleeping men were thrown up. By his little taper, Goodhart perceived a vacant couch close at hand. He blew out his light and lay down. Sailor called out in his sleep, "How's a man to hook on if yer don't luff and shake it out of her? Luff, damn you, luff, I say, luff." "What buddy old owl is that a-hooting?" exclaimed the boatswain in a deep voice. A wave of snores followed, and Goodhart slumbered with the rest. Reynolds and his fisher lay watching the moonshine that bathed the sky over the dell. The glowing stars of those temperate heights trembled in the silver mist. The historic hurry of mind which had been his in the morning Ion, his discovery of men in the island and a boat, and which had remained his for some hours, was gone. A somber tranquillity and abiding emotion of gratitude and of peace had replaced it. He lay thinking of Goodhart. There was something in the manner The voice, the looks, the gentle smiles and tender pensiveness of the man that fascinated Reynolds and won his heart with the beautiful and irresistible power with which truth, no matter in what it dwells, wins human affection. He impressed him as a man whose character was a harp from whose strings the spirit fingers of the soul swept music that was always sweet and good. What had passed between them in conversation had expressed them as intimate in sympathy, for it had not needed a day for Reynolds to discover that Goodhart had in his time been a student and a thinker, more particularly in those metaphysical walks which Reynolds loved to tread. One point Goodhart had made clear. He was determined not to risk his life by a voyage in a little open craft which was without mast or sail, and in which it would be impossible, so barren was the island in this respect, to store water enough for 8 men to last even on the leanest allowance for more than 2 or 3 days. This was a resolution to give Reynolds pause too. His desire to leave the island, which was consuming when he was alone, was moderated by companionship, moderated to the extent that he was too old a hand as a sailor to take his chance in an open sailing boat when, by waiting, as the sail that hove into sight that morning promised, his deliverance might be procured with comfort and safety. If a sail could be obtained, the hazard of the voyage would be diminished, because even though they should be unable to shape a course for a port, yet by heading due east they were bound to blow into the track of a ship steering north or south. But to start in a rowing boat, he easily understood, would be suicidal. And think as he might, and think as he did, as he lay straining his mind in the fissure, he could not conceive what the island might yield in the shape of a sail, unless the men put his idea about their shirts into practice, and it did not seem to him, as he reflected, that the manufacture of such a sail would be worth the effort. For some days the men were patient and watchful. They dried and smoked a quantity of fish, which they stocked in the locker of the stern sheets of the boat. They were also careful to keep the beaker filled with fresh water in preparation for the instant emergency. They seemed to enjoy this lounging life of the island. They culled nosegays and decorated themselves. They ate oysters and mussels. They fished diligently and cooked their takes. And it will be judged that, after the salt horse and worm-bored sea bread of the forecastle, the mushrooms and cod steaks, and steaks of other fish, and the fish they dried and smoked, provided them with a heavenly banquet. But they had brought with them but a lentil store of plug tobacco. The pieces soon gave out, and the want started a spirit of discontent and restlessness. They hunted for a substitute, but could find nothing of any sort to replace the black Cavendish of their love. They were without rum and wanted tea, cocoa, or coffee for a hot drink. They were sailors, and a sailor without a grievance is a tool without a handle. After a few days they began to feel thoroughly shipwrecked, and the gaze they leveled at the sea line grew more and more ardent and more rebellious. It was easily gatherable from their general bearing that they did not mean to stay long for a ship to appear. Goodhart and Reynolds were inseparable. They had contracted such a liking for each other as promised to become a bond of affectionate friendship. For some time Reynolds was reserved about his past. One afternoon they were seated on a knoll in the shade, where they commanded a fine view of the dazzle of thunder-sounding foam on the southeast side, and of the 2 lovely cataracts which arched in apparently polished, motionless glass from the rocks, then quivered into prisms tinting the immediate air with pallid lights of spectrum. Goodhart for a few moments watched the bird in silence. "How wonderful that fellow's wings and body are dyed!" he exclaimed. "Look at his white breast and the blue edgings to the indigo that stains the feathers of his wings. God works with a purpose in lights and colors. Oh, yes, undoubtedly, said Reynolds. I've heard of a little fish whose dorsal spine consists of a long filament arching over the head and mouth, the mouth filled with frightful teeth. At the extremity of the filament there is a brilliant phosphorescent spot. The hideous little monster hangs out this lovely star, and everything small that comes to admire it is devoured. Yes, said Goodhart, I have heard of a fish found 3 miles deep with a phosphorescent eye, which it kindles at pleasure, either to scare its enemies or allure its victims. Take the parliament, said Reynolds, with a glance at the wheeling sea-bird that had attracted Goodhart. This bird is almost black in summer. Nature protects it by providing changes of color with the seasons. If it remained black, it would be at the mercy of the hawk or the owl in winter, where the country is white with snow. In summer, the country is dark. Ptarmigan is black. In autumn, the country is gray, and the ptarmigan turns gray. In winter, the plumage of this bird is white. This is also true of the falcon and the snowy owl. If they were black in a country covered with snow, they would be eluded and starved. Some queer stories are told of the cuckoo, said Goodhart. It is declared that it lays eggs colored so as to deceive the birds in whose nests they are deposited. The hedge sparrow is the greatest sufferer at the hands of the cuckoo. I remember reading that a German writer had declared that the cuckoo will sometimes lay perfectly blue eggs. The hoopoes are another illustration of purpose in color. The ewe is sandy, and by virtue of that they may be known almost certainly to be inhabitants of sandy region. When this bird sees a hawk, it throws itself flat on the sandy ground, turns its wings up, and erects its bill so as to resemble as closely as possible a bit of old rag. He looked seawards and exclaimed, I would swear that yonder is a ship, if I were not sure that it was a cloud. He pointed. Reynolds determinedly bent his vision, but what Goodhart saw was invisible to him. His companion viewed him with a gaze tender and touching with commiseration, the sympathy that does not depress like pity, but that exalts by unaffected fellowship of feeling, working like nature from the inside and not like art from the outside. I devoutly hope, said he, that we shall soon be released, if only for your sake. It is sad to think of your poor wife. Reynolds fixed his eyes upon the ground. Have you been long married? Long married, exclaimed Reynolds. How long have those waterfalls been married? They leap together and unite at the foot in a common grave of foam. But if they coexist, they also possess a most consuming divisibility. I tell you a queer story of a wedding, Mr. Goodhart. You are a man of deep thought and great humanity. Perhaps you will be able to suggest a key for the lock of a safe in which lies a jewel so absolutely emboweled that no pearl in its oyster at the bottom of the sea is more secret and distant. Goodhart's face wore an expression of benevolent attention. Conceive a man loving a woman as purely, loftily, loyally as it is in the power of male flesh and blood to love that which God wills it to yoke. They were married. The mother of the bride was present. She was the bridegroom's very good friend and well-wisher. The bride, on her return home from the church, locked herself up in her bedroom and refused to see or to speak to or to have anything to do with her husband. No, by old Harry, Mr. Goodhart, she threatened to poison herself if the man ventured so much as to approach her bedroom door. Had the marriage service converted her husband into a hedgehog or a bat or a toad or something which makes women scream and shrink and faint? This wife's loathing could not have been more phenomenally profound. He had his memories of endearments and was paralyzed by astonishment and dismay, and indeed despair. What had come to her? But his letters, his entreaties, her mother's influence availed nothing. He sailed from Falmouth, leaving her behind him. His ship was burnt, and he was cast ashore on an island that was 7 months alone. After he had pronounced these words, his voice failed him. "It's a strange story, Mr. Goodhart, regarding the poor fellow with an expression of touching kindness. When you sailed, you were separated. We have never lived together." "When were you married?" Reynolds gave him the date. Goodhart mused, and his face took on a look of judicial gravity. "It is impossible to consider it as an aversion in her," he said. "Human nature does not change in an hour. If we are to call it an aberration, then we shall know what to think. I shall regard it as a sudden, violent distemper of morality. It is not dislike of you, but love of ego, a disease of self, which the psychologists would view as an antithesis of a mania not rare amongst women. If I were you, I should hail this state of shipwreck as an avenue that is to conduct you to her heart." "How?" "Already your ship is overdue. You will soon be posted. To the imagination of your wife you are a drowned man. Your appeal of abandonment and of death will prove an eloquence that must find her a heart. Give her that, and when you again meet, as surely as she is human, and as surely as you love her, you will find her yours by virtue of an ordeal that should make her more triumphantly your own than any other form of conquest could render her. The marriage service changed her into a statue. Nothing chiseled in marble can be more insensible. Depend upon it, Captain Reynolds, that a woman's heartbeat under the hard surface and her conviction of your death and her memory of what preceded your departure will work in her. If I return," explained Reynolds with a little wildness in the look he sent to at the sea, "I shall not seek her. To be repulsed, again spat upon. Time, Mr. Goodhart, time. I have been alone for months, and my thoughts have run as a lonely man's would. But despite the carved figure that weeps over the urn, despite the sumptuous memorial window, I must believe, I must hope, that the inscription wears out, that the slate is cleansed by something else than tears, that the flame is often extinguished before the candle is expended. I trust it will happen as shall make best for your happiness," said Goodhart with emotion. "What is your age?" Reynolds replied. "And your wife's?" Reynolds told him. Goodhart smiled gravely. "You must meet again as sweethearts," he said. "You are proud of her and fond of her. Indeed, you are rapturously fond of her. The charm that won you is still hers. She is your wife. Nothing but God's hand can keep you apart. Not indeed, but that chastity so rigid is extremely unamiable and very undesirable. A sister of mercy who nursed me said, 'To prove how bad an opinion God has of us, observe that he is perpetually replacing us and trying others. Generation succeeds generation.' 'And what opinion,' I answered, 'can he have of those who think it improper to help him? It is an oversight on the part of a person to marry one with whom personal association is, when rather late in the day, considered objectionable.' For example, how much trouble would be saved if men made it a rule to choose the right sister to begin with? The hearts of the bishops would be lighter. There would be a little less talk in the House of Lords. You will find no difficulty in getting another berth." "I can say," answered Reynolds, "captains are very plentiful, and I have not been very fortunate." "I have a friend in Sydney," said Goodhart, "who is a managing director of a coastwise line of steamers. The pay is good, and the people employed are loyally used. I shall be most happy to give you a letter to him." "You are extremely kind, Mr. Goodhart, but you will naturally wish to return to England to follow your profession in that country." "Why?" "Your wife is in England." Reynolds shook his head. Goodhart smiled. "We were just now talking of purpose and colour," said he, breaking from a subject that might have easily been made painful by even a nuance of insistence. "I have often asked myself, to what degree is colour necessary as a fibre or thread in the woof of a matter? The solar light is formed of coloured rays, visible and invisible, and by and in that light does creation move and have its being. But it is color essential as a constituent of matter? For instance, is color a part of the flower's life, so that in the absence of color the flower would need something as necessary to its being as any formative condition of its existence? Or, restricting myself to the flower, is it painted merely to delight? If so, whose delight is it colored? Is it to be supposed that the sole purpose of color is to gratify the aesthetic sense in man? The color is a created thing whose existence is independent of human sensation. It is too clear to need talking about. If visually we know that the color is a concomitant of state or change, we have a right to infer that color is an abiding quality in colored matter, and that the conditions under which it accompanies all mutations render it is inseparable from matter, a property, therefore, indwelling in objects both in darkness and light. You mean, said Reynolds, that if, for example, you carried a red rose into a bright room, it would retain its color? I mean, answered Goodhart, that the cause of the redness remains in the rose in the black room, and what is that cause but color? It seems to me. Now, what should seem stranger than the two shipwrecked men, one of whom slept in a cave, whilst the other took his rest in a fissure in a dell, should be found upon a little island, seated on a grassy rise in the shade, discussing abstract problems of science with as much sincerity as if they were going up for an examination, with their chance of deliverance from their awful position so fabled as to entail them to a habit of mental prostration. But in the human mind there is latent a power of philosophy which almost unconsciously helps it to adapt itself to any state it might chance to be in without violent departure from the old habits or forms of thought. Suppose two maids of honor flung ashore from the sea. Why should not they at intervals talk of drawing-room presentation, the Duchess's red face, the blazing fat throat of Lady Throgmorton Street? Things, it is true, of a past more or less recent, but topics of habitual inspiration nevertheless. Two stock choppers, similarly cast upon the deep, might be expected in the pauses between the meals of mussels and the search for something more digestible to talk of loans and mines, of Goshen's year, and the prospects of Japan. Our two companions loved science, and from time to time, as we see, there was nothing in shipwreck to stop them from talking about it. But their story, after a brief passage, was to change suddenly into the eventful. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Gary Ullman, Middletown, New York.